executed a settlement agreement with both the applicant and the appellate. We will be removing item number 22, the updated operational policy and procedures as amended for the Roswell Air Center, and sending back to legal for discussion and changes. And pulling item number 18, agreement with Frank X. Spencer and Associates, Inc. in the amount of $256,530.23 for full project and plan development for laning of Country Club Road from the consent agenda, and sending it back to finance for discussion and changes. 1 second. We will be pulling item number 17 from the consent agenda for consider of approval of ratification of PO procured for purchase of a new 2024 patch truck in the amount of $291,898.64 to Pete's Equipment Repair, Inc. We will be pulling item number 30. Some of these were last minute. Consider approval of Cavu Airspace to enter into a lease renewal request for land parcel with tear down pad located at the Roswell Air Center. And item number 31, consider off the consent agenda, consider approval of Cavu Airspace to enter into lease renewal request 2 of 3 for building 1770 located at the Roswell Air Center. The items will reflect as 17, 18, 30, 31, and then 42 under.
Well, wait, can we go a little slower so we can have time to get through?
Actually, thank you. Yes. Okay. Let me make sure I've got the numbers. So, under new business, it will reflect as 17, 30, 31,
Wait.
7.
Wait.
In your microphone, I can't hear you.
Yeah. Okay. 17, 30, I-19. No, I'm sorry. 17, 30, and 31.
Those are what we're moving.
That's what we're moving, and they will reflect under new business, and then it will, the next item number will be 42.
So, all right. I didn't, you're removing those back to finance, all those other ones?
No.
You're gonna move them over here to 42A, B, and C?
Well,
I mean, give us
So-
a number so you can put them,
I did. So the first two, 10, 22, and 18, those are, the first one is just being removed. 22 is being removed. We're pulling item number 18 and putting it in finance. Number 17, 30, and 31 are all going under new business, and they're going to reflect as 17, 30, 31, and then 42.
and you might as well do 13 as well on that for the gross receipts tax on ordinance.
Okay, so are we pulling it and putting it under new business, or pulling it and sending it somewhere else?
You want it to go to finance, or
Move it to the next council.
to the next council meeting, which,
Okay, and you said that was number 13.
yeah.
Can you move a public hearing to the next council meeting?
I don't know.
Already advertised?
Yeah, I don't know that you can.
Mr.
Yes.
Mayor, Councilor Cornbest, yes, it just has to be re-advertised.
So number 13 will now,
Yep.
sorry, number 13 will now be in September instead of tonight.
That's correct. We have there's a good chance we might have a meeting on September the 1st or the 7th, right in there somewhere, to consider that, so we can make sure we get that through for the ambulance. So,
Okay, so I'm going to officially pull number 13, ordinance 23-10, holding a public hearing to consider adopting proposed ordinance 23-10, adopting a municipal gross receipts tax for ambulance service, and proposing it be moved to a later council meeting.
that's fine.
Council members, other than the amendments noted, are there any additional amendments to the agenda?
Excuse me, Counselor Arnold.
Yes.
I just need a correction. We are going to item 22, we're sending that back to legal
Okay.
for discussion and changes.
Yes, I did I did note that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so seeing none, I would like to make a motion to accept the agenda with following amendments.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion by Council Lady Arnold, seconded by Councilman Perry. Or, excuse me, Foster, I'm sorry. Any further discussion? Seeing none? The clerk should notice that Ms. Moore's here. Glad to see you, Ms. Moore. All those in favor, do you want to call the roll? Or do you, all those in favor signify by saying aye?
Aye.
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 Opposed? So we have, I believe, 9 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Okay. Okay, we got. Now we have approval of the consent agenda. And so, those have already, I guess, I don't know if we were gonna have a separate motion on the consent, but, I think you've already moved those off of consent, didn't they, or? So. You know. So we need to have we need to have a motion for the remainder of the consent agenda for the other items. Councilor Orpesa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to make a motion. I just want to make sure that there's the remaining items that nobody signed up to speak on them.
That is correct.
The only person that signed up was on item 42, are the only ones that signed up. We do have other people want to talk on the non-agenda items, and we have 3 people to talk on item 42.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'd like to make a motion
Okay, yes, ma'am.
for the consent, to approve the consent agenda with the removal of numbers 17, 18, 22, 31, and 32.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the consent agenda by Councilor
Mr.
Moore.
Mayor,
Yes,
just for clarification, I thought it was items 30 and 31. Did I misunderstand?
17,
17, 18, 22, 30, and 31.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So everybody's on the same page. Any further discussions? Yeah, she had 22. Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, by a vote of 9 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Item 2 has been approved. Okay, so next we go to a presentation by non-action items. Item 3, we're gonna have to hold that over. The presenter couldn't make it tonight, so we will hold over item number 33 till the next meeting. We have item 4 is an airport advisory commission updates. Mr. Kunkel. Can't hear you, so it's pull that up there, get a little closer to it, or. Yep.
Is it on now?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll try again. Good evening, Mayor Jennings and city councilors. I want to first thank Mike Espiritu, who was keeping you informed the last 2 months when I was out of town. That's the first time that my wife and I have ever been able to be gone for 2 weeks at a time. We were gone 2 weeks in June and 2 weeks in July. So thank you for your indulgence on that. Recognizing your lengthy agenda tonight, I'll try to make my report as brief as possible. Passenger boardings at the RAC have remained consistent over the past 4 to 5 months at around 3,300 passengers per month. Aircraft parking has also been reasonably consistent at about 330 aircraft parked and paying fees. The new passenger parking lot west of the terminal is paved, striped, and open for business. It looks pretty darn good. The second parking lot to the northwest is still under construction. The east-west and north-south streets that provide access to these lots will be resurfaced. In fact, Jennifer Griego told me this afternoon before the meeting that Challenger Street, which is an east-west street, was resurfaced today. And depending on remaining funds availability, which Jennifer hopes to find out some info on that tomorrow, the parking area north of the terminal will hopefully be resurfaced and restriped. Significant improvements to the parking areas out at the Air Center. Louis Nahar, our city engineer, is developing a cost estimate to further extend the water line to the southeast part of the Air Center as part of Phase 2 of the waterline project. The New Mexico Department of Transportation projects now includes a $5.5 million grant to pay for the BLM taxiway to reduce congestion with BLM tankers and our tenants at the RAC. The lighting project for the runways for maintenance is a 90%, 10% state grant project that we anticipate being funded, and I want to especially thank the City Council for working with the Air Center to get the strategic plan funded to the tune of $233,000. That was the bid from Meade and Hunt. This plan is needed to provide future guidance to the RAC and the city for the next 10 years. The city has not had a viable plan for the Air Center for several years, and I'm glad to see the Airport Advisory Commission has finally moved this plan forward. We also anticipate the Department of Transportation funding the strategic plan, so that won't, only 10% of that should come out of city coffers with a 90%, 10% grant also. The FAA project to improve electrical on the runways is about completed with a target completion date of August the 18th. These are safety upgrades and improvements to the electrical system adjoining the runways. The South Hammerhead repairs were begun earlier this week at a cost of $96,000. This has been held in abeyance for well in excess of a year, and that will be using airport funds to repair the South Hammerhead. The TSA emergency security exercise on July the 19th, as reported in the Roswell Daily Record, was accomplished and passed with flying colors. The Air Center expects to have an on-site visit in September and October with Cayman Carter, reference the enclosed automobile hangars to possibly be installed at the Air Center. This completes my report, and I stand for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Kunkel? Mr. Kunkel, you talked about some taxiway improvements. Those are for lighting now. Do we have the funding to fix the lights to the taxiway, the main line to the taxiway where we had some problems with the shorts or?
Some of that, Mr. Mayor, is already in the process. Some of the electrical equipment that provides power to that, but the wiring and everything else that's going to require additional funding over time.
As most people might not think about this, but all the lights in the airport are incandescent bulbs, is the way I understand it. And there is a shortage of incandescent bulbs because no one is building them. So we have to change all those to LED lights and other new sources of lighting. So because of our own restrictions we have in our country for not having incandescent bulbs, we have to change all that lighting, and it's going to be coming for a great cost to the airport and to the city. So
In addition, the wiring is 1940s and 1950 wiring.
and the wiring, they've had problems with the wiring a number of times on. It's just so old that they can't get the proper voltage through there to have the lights dim and get brighter and dimmer depending on the conditions at the airport. So we have some issues there, but the bulbs are a big thing that it's going to affect everybody now, because next year they outlaw fluorescent tubes. Okay. Any further questions of Mr. Kunkel? Thank you. Thank you. We're glad you had your time with your wife, and we're glad you brought her. It's good. It's nice to see you. Thank you very much. All right.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you for all the work you all do. Okay, next we have Airport Main Street Roswell Annual Report. Ms. Gomez? Barbara, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Councilors. I want to thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak to you this afternoon, and I want to make sure that I know how to do this, okay? First of all, I want to thank you for allowing us the time to give you our annual impact report from 2022 and 2023. First of all, I want to introduce myself in case you do not know me. My name is Barbara Gomez. I was hired by Main Street Roswell August the 1st of 2022, so I just finished my 1-year anniversary with Main Street. And this year's been a whirlwind of activity. You know, it started out with me helping out with a UFO, and then starting right in with the year. So first of all, I want to put out a big thank you to the city of Roswell, to Chavez County itself for helping us, also for the volunteers, nonprofits, and sponsors that help with all of the events of Main Street. Oops, that's not the way that's supposed to look. Oh well. Let me see if I can put out one more. Maybe nope, it's not going to do that. I want to let you know a little bit about our economic transformation strategies. And first of all, before I talk about economic transformation strategies, I just want to let you know that Main Street Roswell is a part of a bigger plan. It's just not here in Roswell. We are part of a bigger picture. We're part of Main Street America, and we're also part of New Mexico Main Street. And Roswell Main Street answers, not really answers, but we get our directives and our help and our, plans from New Mexico Main Street as well. Hopefully the next page will be correct. I want to talk to you about, I'm sorry, this really kind of got me all off as to where I wanted to go with this. But one of these strategies, well, the strategies in New Mexico Main Street and Main Street America are based on 4 points, and those 4 points are economic vitality, design, promotion, and organization. So when we're making plans for Main Street Roswell, we try to work under these 4 points. And under each point, there's more explanation about what these points mean and stand for. So if you look at the slate up there, economic vitality is the promotion of us being able to get funding. Maybe it's capital outlay funding, maybe it's grants or whatever. And what we do with that is we help our Main Street to become more of have more economic vitality. The other point is design. And as you may have seen up and down Main Street, we've done a number of design things, including, including the flower planters. We've also helped out with some facades right on Main Street, so that's one of our other points. Our other point is promotion. So part of our work is promoting Main Street by promoting events downtown, by promoting the merchants downtown, and promoting Shop Small in Roswell. And organization is another way we promote Main Street and the work that we do, and that's also by bringing training to Main Street merchants. Most recently, we had a presentation that was a visioning and reimagining our Main Street that was able to give our Main Street people kind of an idea of how would you like our Main Street to look? What do we need to do on our Main Street? So that was part of the organization part. We also had another free event for our merchants and the community on social media. You know, how to do Facebook, how to use your Google pages and all types of social media. Also, what I wanted to point out at the top is the Main Street America's 6 standards. And the standards are there for you to read if you'd like, but we all main streets throughout New Mexico are judged on these 6 standards. You sometimes can be a Main Street that is not accredited or affiliated, or you can become a fully accredited Main Street. And Main Street Roswell has not only met but exceeded all of the 6 standards listed by the Main Street America evaluation framework, and we have that was developed by New Mexico Main Street, and we were accredited program for 2023 calendar year following an extensive review in 2022. So we're proud of that. We have been accredited now for many years. So that's an affiliation or a designation that we want to continue having. We want to talk to you about our transformation strategies. Some of the strategies that we're working on for this year and on will be one of the things that we want to work on is we want Main Street to continue to promote the Main Street corridor as a viable option for shopping, eating, and entertainment, you know, via radio. I mean, we promote them through radio, through Facebook, through newspaper, and through posters. We want to promote activities on Main Street as well, you know, in the district to attract diverse groups of people to come, such as families, children, and also adults. We want to have a really diverse group, and we do that. One of the ways that we do that is through the farmers market events and through the beautification through our beautification efforts on Main Street. We continue the Main Street, the Great Blocks collaboration that started out with the city, and those of you that know about the Great Blocks project, it started out as a city project that was going to be the marketplace that was going to be just south of 2nd Street in the Railroad District, and most recently was approved by City Council to be moved over to the county, and that Great Blocks project will now be located just east of the Chavez County parking lot in an area that's just right behind there. It will continue to be a park. It will continue to provide an area for people to gather and also for some economic opportunities as well. So that's one of the strategies that we're working on. Another of the strategies is we want to work more with our stakeholders, and so we want to provide more presentations to stakeholders regarding social media and maybe more visioning. I think that if the Main Street District could get a vision of where we want to go, that they would be more apt to buy in and to help out and to themselves promote Main Street. We also want to create a stakeholder. We actually already created a stakeholder and vendor surveys. So we are taking surveys. Anytime we have an event, we're going to be taking surveys from the vendors and asking them, did you do well? Do you want to come back to Main Street? Did you do better than you did last year? Did you like the location? What would you like to change? And then in turn, we're also offering a survey to the stakeholders, which are the merchants on Main Street. And actually, the last survey that we conducted, they all reported, pretty much most of them, that they had done better. This specific survey was for the Alien Fest UFO event that was held on Main Street on 3 blocks, and they reported anything from 30% to 200% increase in sales during that weekend. So we want to continue these surveys because we want to keep touch with our stakeholders and make sure that they know that if they have ideas, but if they're not doing well, we want to make sure that we know how to help them to succeed. Also, we want to create and update what's called a vacant building listing, and that's a work in progress. But we just most recently had a Zoom meeting with New Mexico Main Street to talk about vacant buildings and the type of ordinances that can be developed, possibly to help get these vacant buildings either torn down, filled, or revitalized. And so we are working on that vacant building listing that will be on our website. We also want to be doing capacity of a building. We want to make sure that people know. So for instance, we get a big company that comes to town and they say, we'd like a building on Main Street. We want to be able to have a complete layout of the Main Street and say this building is this large, it's owned, you can buy it or you can rent it, and just have all of this specs on a specific building. We also want to utilize more of New Mexico Main Street's assets. We have the ability through New Mexico Main Street to request a service request and get specialists to come to Roswell, everything from design to graphics, organization. We have all kinds of assistance from New Mexico Main Street, and whenever we bring these people down, we want to include the community and include you, the city councilors, if you would like to attend. Our next economic transformation strategy is our capacity building, and what that entails is building a strong and engaged board of directors. You can't really go very far if you don't have an engaged and supportive board of directors. I'm an employee of Main Street Roswell. I don't make the rules, I follow their rules. And so we want an engaged Main Street board that understands where we're going with Main Street and what we want to do with Main Street, so together we can build a better Main Street. So we're going to be providing more board training through New Mexico Main Street. We also want to utilize a volunteer forum to create a database of volunteers and have listed their strengths and areas where they would like to work. We want to also utilize New Mexico Main Street to create a volunteer training program for volunteers. When I said to you earlier that we have a lot of partners out there, I wanted to give you just a glance of our impact that we have had in the last year up to this time of 2023. Of course, we received the $2.1 million Great Blocks grant that was reported to us or given to us in September of last year. This funding came through New Mexico Main Street Capital Outlay funding, and that money will help to build the Marketplace Park that I talked about earlier that'll be behind the parking lot of the Chaves County Courthouse. The amount of public reinvestment, and this is really, I think, really important. This is you, the city of Roswell, where you have reinvested back into the Main Street of Roswell. And this amount has actually come straight from the city of Roswell. So it's over $1 million that has been invested towards revitalization and just reinvesting back into Main Street. And that includes streets and sidewalks and curbs, water, a number of different things that I get that report straight from the City of Roswell Engineering Department. And then when the next one, where we talk about the amount of private investments, $147,046, that is people that own or rent buildings that have taken their money and their time invested right back into their buildings. So it's for painting, it's for remodeling, it's for redoing their windows and doors. So that's a lot of money that they've invested back into, and that's private investments. Main Street Roswell has also received a $2,000 grant for a design project that's currently being completed. Down at the bottom, you see we have 4 new businesses were added within this last year, which accounts for 21.5 new jobs added. And the events that we have completed in 2022, we completed 30 events. And this year so far, we've completed 9 events. And volunteers the key to a lot of what we do. This last year, up to now, we have had over 4,537 volunteer hours, and you times that by $31.60, I believe is what they equate volunteer hours to be, and that's a lot of money. They didn't put it up there for me because I don't know where it went. So anyway, but that's our impact. So just so you know, we are having an impact in our community. We are working hard every day to make our Main Street a fun place to live and to have a business. And as we look ahead, the major things that we want to see happen this coming year is our Main Street Roswell Master Plan. And I just want to ask you guys, have you looked at the City of Roswell Master Plan recently? I mean, this is mine. I just recently had a chance to start reviewing it and going through it. It was updated in 2021. But if you look at your master plan, it gives you a walk of the past, but it also gives you a link to the future of what we want our Main Street to look like. I mean, this is for Main Street, but you guys have the overall one for the complete city, which is the City of Roswell Master Plan. Along with that, I also have the Railroad District Master Plan of the redesign of that area, and I also have what they call a wayfinding plan that was put together. This was put together in 2016. And so we are using this as a guide as to where we want to go. You all, or maybe city councilors in the past, came up with plans of what they wanted our Main Street to look like. So I just encourage you to take a look at that for yourself. You can look at ours, because ours is within yours, or you can just look at the overall Roswell plan. Of course, I already talked about the great blocks. The other thing that we want to plan to do this year is called a business accelerator, which would help, like I said to you earlier, knowing what vacant buildings we have, what size they are, how much it costs to rent there. Do you want to buy it or do you just want to rent it? Because we want to encourage people to come downtown and have a business downtown. We also would like to have a Main Street Roswell office location that's visible and accessible. Currently, we live on the fourth floor of a locked building. And it's hard for people to get upstairs to see us and to meet with us. We want to be visible and accessible to everyone in the community. So we'll be coming back to revisit this later. Additionally, we would like to have more staff. We would like to have either a part-time or a full-time employee to help us to move our vision forward and our plan for the City of Roswell. I just want to really quickly go briefly over some projects. And I'm saying on here, have you enjoyed sitting on a bench on Main Street recently? Yep, that's a Main Street project, because a lot of times people don't realize everything that we do on Main Street. This was our Bottle Cap to Benches program. It started out as an AARP grant program, but since then it continues, and we will be putting more benches on the bus route as well. Our holiday lighting, everybody loves that. I'm sure you've seen pictures of the holiday lighting. Lots of photographers come up and down Main Street and take beautiful pictures, but this is a project that is headed by Wendy Marley, a Main Street Roswell community volunteer. She oversees the funding and the putting up of the lights. And the Main Street Board and community volunteers, we take down the decorations and we put them up and we take them down as well every year. Our community planting day, you know, the flowers are beautiful. So thank you to Keep Chavez County Beautiful. They provide us all the flowers and the mulch and the potting soil, and community and civic organizations use this as some of their volunteer time. And during this time, I would like to really thank the City of Roswell, Jim Burris and the Parks Department. They have a crew assigned to Main Street that does absolutely nothing except help keep Main Street look beautiful. They clean up, they take away any tagging that people are doing. We let them know when we need something and they clean it up. They actually just recently fixed the water system, so now that all the pots get water to them. Of course, we can't forget our farmers market. If you haven't been to the farmers market yet, it's every single Saturday. It's a great place to spend your Saturday, and yes, it is a Main Street project where you can get a fresh burrito, fruits, vegetables, and baked goods that are made locally here. And events, of course, our UFO Festival. We had thousands of people, as you well know, on Main Street. The 3 blocks were filled with people. And not only did we have events happening right on the courthouse lawn, we also had the UFO parade, the human costume contest, a pet costume contest, vendors and entertainment throughout the whole thing. Our upcoming event is a Chili Cheese Festival that happens the last full weekend, and it looks like it's not there, but in September. And of course, you know the Chili Cheese Festival. We highlight our rich industries here of dairy and pecans and chili, and it's a great weekend to come out and have some great chili and get some roasted chili. Our holiday events are also coming up, and it's a great place to be on Main Street because you can't find more Christmas activity than you find on Main Street. And that tree in the picture there is a new 17-foot Christmas tree that was purchased by a community volunteer by her work, getting sponsorships for that for the full community to enjoy. I also want to introduce you to our board. Tonight I do have Jeremy Anjanin as our president. He isn't here tonight. Kim Wood is our treasurer, and Peggy Setsky is our secretary, and of course the rest of them are listed there on the right. They're well-known community people, and we do thank them for being our board. And just a final thank you to you, City of Roswell. Thank you so much for supporting Main Street. Thank you for listening when I need to complain or I need help. Thank you to Chad and to Mike. They're always available to me, and Mr. Hess and Janie. Thank you all for being here for us. And we'd like to thank the Roswell and Chaves County Economic Development Department. They're always available to us. The Roswell Chamber of Commerce, the Hispano Chamber of Commerce, Chaves County, and of course, keep Chaves County beautiful. I stand for any questions you might have.
Are there any questions of Ms. Gomez?
No.
No comments. Council Lady Halverson.
I just want to say thank you. You guys know I've been involved with you, and you guys do a great job. So just so people know, the benches, before the benches were even put in, there were only 4 benches in the 5-block area.
Mm.
So I know Lewis has been really helpful with this in getting the city to help with put the benches in. And you're still collecting bottle caps, and you can still take them to you.
Yes, we are still collecting bottle caps, and we actually have, I think, 12 or 13 benches left. And we also have some benches downtown that if you would like to honor somebody, it's like $350 it doesn't belong to you, but for you to have a bench that will have someone's name on it. So we've done some for like Johnny Gonzalez, Dusty Huckabee. Actually, Juliana Halverson has one on the courthouse lawn as well. But if you know anybody,
Because
what's
Pioneer
that?
Bank sponsored one. Businesses can sponsor them too. Yeah.
So if you're interested in doing that, please let us know.
I'm not dead. Thank you. And I'd like to thank Jim Burris for putting the irrigation in, his crew.
Yes,
the
thank you,
water.
Jim.
Yeah, because I know it's been a hassle every year trying to get the businesses to water their flowers, so now they're actually getting water. And then Devin Bullock, she's
Yes,
done
I'm
amazing
sorry,
job.
yes, Devin Bullock, she's the one that is a community volunteer that also raises all the money to pay for that tree. I
And
think
that
it
tree
was,
was beautiful
what
this
was
year.
it, a 30,000? I don't know, it was a huge
It was a
amount
lot
of
of
money
money,
for
yeah.
that tree.
Yeah.
And we're gonna be using it every year. And of course, for that event, we also have a parade, the Electric Light Parade. We bring in Santa Claus, and then we have a movie on the courthouse lawn.
And that's what I like. Main Street does so many community events.
Yes,
so
we
the
do.
entire community benefits, and you do it at no cost, so
Yeah.
it's good for the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
I apologize for the slow start. That really threw me off, not having my notes, so I apologize. But thank you, guys.
Well, thank you, Ms. Gomez. And you think about all those flower pots all the way downtown, and you think your predecessor Dusty watered those, I think once or twice a week in the summer. I mean, it was, so it's a nice tribute to Dusty. He dedicated a lot of time to it.
Right, and it's a blessing to have them self-watered now because all the merchants downtown were going and watering all their flowers to keep them going. So
was good.
thank you, Jim. Thank you,
Thank
City.
you all very much. Next, we have Meredith for New Mexico American Planning Association Conference.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to have me up here to share some exciting news. In October of 2023, October 17th through 20th, the New Mexico chapter of the American Planning Association will hold its annual meeting, its annual conference right here in beautiful Roswell, New Mexico. As coordinator of this conference, I want to show off Roswell's art, history, and whimsy. I want to thank the city administration for their encouragement and support of allowing me to work on this conference. We expect roughly 100 to 150 planners, landscape architects, and other related professionals to attend this planning conference. And that includes students too, from the planning and various planning programs out there. Wednesday and Thursday of the conference will be held right here in the convention center with sessions and plenary luncheons. Other venues are being tapped as well for receptions. And Friday morning, planners will have the opportunity to enjoy Main Street. Registration is now open. Session proposals have been extended to September 5th. The conference is seeking conference sponsors to help with costs associated with conference meals, receptions, etc. You may visit the APA New Mexico Facebook page to find flyers with links to registration, session proposal form, and sponsorship opportunities. Thank you for the local volunteers who have stepped forward to help with details. Exciting news, Secretary Sarah Cottrell Probst with the Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department will be a speaker at the Thursday plenary. Also, I've been working with the Environmental Department. Secretary Kenny will be traveling out of state, but we will have a senior level member speak at the Wednesday plenary. This conference is not just for planners, it is open to the public, and we hope you will take advantage of early registration and learn about and share what is happening in New Mexico at the local, tribal, state, and federal levels to adapt to a hotter, drier climate, conserve our water resources, to clean up our air, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, as well as tackle the social inequity issues. Join the conversation, and we will hope to see you there.
Thank you, Meredith. Any questions of Meredith? Did Miss Vickers come today? I can't see her. There you go. Okay. Sorry, I couldn't see you. You know, it's good. Welcome, Miss Vickers. We're glad you joined our city in planning and zoning, and thank you all very much. Both of you, thank you both for being here. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, next we have, this one's a fun one. Oh, Miss Thelma Fee? So. Just for a little bit. Well, today, I don't know how many of you have ever been to the adult center, but you know it's alive and it's moving and it's blowing and going, and we have a tremendous number of dedicated people at the adult center. And for those of you that don't remember, that building was dedicated to the youth of Roswell after everybody came back from the war, and it was dedicated to the youth of Roswell. And there's a number of us that have gone to a number of classes there. And then when they closed the base and we had a lot of houses, we converted that to an adult center, and so it's been an adult center ever since, and it's going. But we found a lot of really neat people there that are volunteering. And Thelma, this is Thelma Dunphy. Thelma works at the adult center, and she runs the lapidary classes, which for those of you that don't know, that lapidary is about study of cutting and shaping and engraving and polishing gems and gems, various gemstones, and then making jewelry with it. And Thelma has been there for gosh knows how long, and I think one of the members of the Lapidary Association passed away, and she bought all his precious rocks and everything else, so people had more precious rocks to work with. And she's truly turned that place into a place where they welcome multi-generations. It's not just the adults. They can work with everybody. But lapidary is pretty much a lost art. It's kind of like dealing with stained glass windows. There are so many people out there. There are not very many people out there who know how to do it. But Thelma has been out there and teaching for years the art of lapidary at the Roswell Adult Center. And it's an amazing thing to watch them and to watch the dedication of all the people that are here. So, you know, she's taught a number of classes, multi-generational classes, and the classes lasted 6 weeks at the Adult Center, and she enjoys teaching art and has made many friends while doing so. So today I thought it was only fair that we have a little dedication here. Your proclamation, I'm sorry, I left it in my office, but I will get it to you, Thelma. And but you know, if we can take these lost art and the things that the older generation know how to do, if we can get them to teach the younger generations these lost things, you know, kids don't have to run around with their thumbs in their phones. They can come around and they can go over there, and Thelma's going to teach them how to do something to make jewelry, to make bolos, whatever they want to make with precious stones that are given to us by God in the forms of gems. And, you know, I hope you all have a chance to go over and catch Thelma, Miss Dunphy, and doing all her work. And so I would just like to present Thelma to you and receive the thanks of the city of Roswell for your continued dedication to the people of Roswell, all generations of the people of Roswell. And, you know, maybe we can get some more people stirred up to come here, but, and I think there are a number of people that might have come from the lapidary.
Yes.
So, you know, but these are the gems that make your community the place it is. And I mean, without people that, like Thelma, who have a talent, you know, a great talent, when you watch and see what they do, this lady is phenomenal. But if we can just get her to keep sharing it with other generations, you know, it's something that we can live with forever over there. And Thelma, on behalf of the city of Roswell, I'm sorry I forgot the proclamation, but I will get it to you, and we can do that at the Adult Center where we have one of your classes. That'll be good. But thank you on behalf.
Everybody's welcome, even seniors. If you ain't got nothing to do, come down. You'll have fun. I promise you, you'll have fun.
All right.
So, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Thelma. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Next, we have Mr. Cole. If you'd like to speak about the ability we had working together with the university.
Absolutely, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor Jennings, City Council members. We've got a couple of guests in the house tonight. I believe we've got Mr. Jeremy Salinas. Could you come up with me, Jeremy? And Miss Rosie Duran. So it is my distinct privilege to recognize Dr. Sean Powell, his Vice President of Business Affairs, Miss Rosie Duran, His fiscal plant director, Ricardo Cerna, could not be here tonight. Dr. Powell is out of town. He couldn't be here tonight. But also his inventory supervisor, Mr. Jeremy Salinas, all of Eastern New Mexico University Roswell campus for their ongoing consideration and efforts to collaborate in service to the citizens and students of Roswell and surrounding communities. As a most recent example, Councilmember Barry Foster had noticed that ENMUR's gymnasium renovation project and had suggested to Dr. Powell that the city of Roswell might be able to use those solid metal lockers that were coming out of the gymnasium and being replaced. Immediately thereafter, Dr. Powell and his team reached out to the city manager to see if the city could put those lockers to good use. 150 double lockers, 5 single lockers, all metal gym-style lockers, and that could be used throughout our facilities and departments in the city. Dr. Powell, Mr. Rand, Mr. Serrano, and Mr. Salinas each took their time to reach out and meet with city officials to review the condition of the lockers and begin the process and the additional steps that are needed to complete a properly authorized and New Mexico State Auditor approved transfer of these assets from ENMUR to the city of Roswell. In recognition of their ongoing spirit of collaboration and dedication to uplifting all aspects of the community that we all serve, and in their efforts to ensure continued good use and transfer of these assets to the city of Roswell, it is again my honor to recognize Roswell's ENMUR campus, Dr. Sean Powell, Ms. Rosie Duran, Mr. Ricardo Serrano, and Mr. Jeremy Salinas for their continued efforts and support of the city of Roswell and its citizens. Thank you very much for this donation of these lockers and for continuing to lead by example on behalf of our community.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Chad. Mayor, council members, I just want to express Dr. Powell's appreciation with our community partnership with the city of Roswell and with the university or the college. And I do want to just give a couple of updates about events that are going to be happening that we would like for the community to be involved in. Our classes start August 21st. We're about 11 days away from classes, and it's never too late to register. So please send any students our way. Our registration rate and we are up 5% registrations. On August 24th, we will have a big welcome back event in our sculpture courtyard from 3 to 8, and we're inviting everyone. We're going to have a car show. We're having petting zoo and events, booths. We'll have food trucks available as well. And then on the 26th, ENMU Day at the races at Rio Doso Downs. It's $30 per person to get into the Downs. Lunch is included. So we would like to see ENMU alumni and representation in Rio Doso. And then on October 24th, we will be celebrating our 65th anniversary celebration, 6 p.m., and everyone's invited. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you all. You know, thank you, and Councilman Foster, you did you're on here to talk. Go ahead, you can say it, but thank you for keeping your eyes open.
Well, thank you. I always like for us to work together. The other thing that I wanted to highlight for you is your Cosmos cupboard. They have a pantry for the food pantry for the students out there. And so I can't think of his...
Woody James?
Woody James is running that out there, and it's great. Our Monterey Elementary did a food drive for them last year, but it's also something that we need to let out there because students can go there to get food when they're and not go hungry. And so I liked it for Monterey. It was students helping students, but for our community to help Cosmos Cupboard, and we need it to help our students that are out there. So thank y'all for all that you do for your students. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you all. Thank you very much. And the public should know that we do work together about saving whatever money we can, wherever we can find it. It is good. And thank you, Councilman Foster, for keeping your eyes open. Next, we have the Creative Industries Grant Division. Ms. Pritchard, or
I'm gonna
Caroline, are you
speak on
going to
behalf
take? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So, good
Caroline.
evening. Thank you. I have the privilege of speaking on behalf of our local arts organizations and groups to talk about an upcoming grant opportunity. The Creative Industries Division grant is a new call for projects that opened up a couple of weeks ago, and it goes back to House Bill 8. So earlier this year, New Mexico State Legislature allocated $2 million in order to start a Creative Industries Division under the Economic Development Department, and $200,000 of which is going to go towards upstart costs and strategic planning, and then the remaining $1.8 million will be going towards 18 $100,000 grant opportunities. Currently, this is non-recurring funds, so this is the only opportunity, but we hope that it will recur and continue on. And the monies would go directly to municipalities, counties, and tribal entities. The Creative Industries Division, the initiative aims to stimulate community and economic development through helping small businesses, doing supporting creative career pathways, accelerating job growth, as well as infrastructure, capital projects, and placemaking opportunities. On the national level, this is a unique program, and so it's a really great opportunity for New Mexico to take major leadership in creating trailblazing opportunities for these businesses and groups and creative industries, and to support and be a leader in the arts and culture industry. So the City of Roswell, in collaboration with some local groups, is planning to submit an application. It's a very quick turnaround time, so it opened about 2 weeks ago, and it closes on August 21st. So working collaboratively, we're working to support some small capital as well as other initiatives for the following organizations: Bone Springs Art Space, Main Street Arts, the Miniatures and Curious Collections Museum, the Rare Foundation, the Roswell Inner Arts Organization, and the Roswell Museum. And just some examples of some of the things that they're planning to put the money towards should we receive it. Bone Springs is wanting to redo its awning, if you're familiar with that organization. They have a sliding door from the historical building, and they want to make a door that can open and close and retain heat and cooling easier, and have an awning that's more welcoming for visitors. The Miniatures and Curious Collections Museum, they want to work on their facade as well as a workshop space that people can create miniatures in. The Roswell Museum, we are working towards, we have state appropriation monies to go towards moving our museum store, but with the cost of the way construction's gone up, we want to offset the cost of our casework. And the goal of the store is to support and promote local and regional artists, so it fits in nicely. The Main Street Arts, they're going to update their flooring as well as some lighting near their workshop area. And the Rare Foundation will be working on some opportunities to improve their wood shop as well as some marketing projects that they have behind them. So if awarded, the city would be responsible for oversight and distribution of the funds. And I'm open to questions, but I also have in the audience Elizabeth Pritchard is here, who's our city grants writer, as well as representatives from some of these organizations. And I stand for questions.
Thank you. Are there questions? Council Lady Halverson.
I was just wondering, do you have a committee together to determine how the funds are?
Right, so we ended up meeting, again, very quick turnaround time, but we met and discussed what some potential opportunities were to do a larger collaborative effort together. And really with this first grant, we found that there were a lot of small projects that each organization needed.
Yeah.
So even though it's a collaborative grant, it would be going towards smaller amounts towards each group.
Oh, no, I agree, all of those. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
they're wonderful. I was just wondering, since you said the city's responsible for distribution oversight. I don't know
Correct,
how
so
it
the city is responsible, but the representatives of those different groups, we've gotten together. I don't know if I would call it a formal committee, but it's definitely a group that's working towards the grant proposal.
Well, I hope you can, because everything you mentioned is a great thing to improve everything. Thank you.
Any further comments? The one thing, I want everybody who gets a grant to understand you have to turn in your paperwork filled out properly and everything else for distance, so it's not a burden on our grant writers and our city staff that has to monitor how all this money is spent. So please be sure that everybody agrees to work with our city so we can go ahead and utilize this grant. So that's real good. Carol, thank you very much. Thanks for looking back on this, and really the group should be given many accolades for turning this around as quick as the state required that they turn it around. It was a very hard decision to make.
For sure. And then also just the fact that the monies exist, that was a long road as well, and many of the people that are here representing those organizations advocated for those monies. So I hope that they turn into recurring funds.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have public participation on agenda items. Now, you can either speak now or you can wait and hold it if you like. But for anybody speaking on item 42, it's going to be a long time you're going to be here. If you would like to speak now on item 42, which is the tennis or the pickleball courts at the adult center, I have 3 people signed up to speak for that. I have Brian Bauman, Stephen Youngman, and Larry McCrary, I believe. So on item 42, would you all rather speak till late at the night, or would you rather come? And you got a little bit of time to speak now if you'd like to come. Identify yourself and your name and address and where you live, and so for the record, please.
My name is Brian Bamman. I live at 1 Cajun Court. Mayor Jennings and city council members, I am, just so you know, the president of RTA, Roswell Tennis Association. Very familiar with what's going on at Cahoon Court and also the pickleball, because the courts were divided for pickleball and tennis, which has been kind of a problem. That's why I want to speak to you about. We are in favor of the new pickleball courts that's being put in Roswell. I think it's a fantastic idea. It's separate. It's not merged with tennis. And with all the tennis courts, what happened is in May of last year, they renovated the tennis courts. So the previous mayor and the council approved all the tennis courts to be renovated, which was a great thing because they are unplayable. So that was a great thing. What I didn't know is that we thought that the last 2 courts, 2 out of 6, that were going to be have pickleball lines. That's not what was approved with the previous council. What was in that order is that all the lines, the pickleball lines, would be on all 6 courts. So what that, I know people don't probably play tennis, but for pickleball, that would be 12 courts on the tennis courts for pickleball, which they never used all the courts. They may have used 1 or 2. So that's the history of what happened at Cahoon. And I would just like to recommend to the council, and I'm talking to Jim Burris, he said that they're out there at the tennis courts because we've had problems of resurfacing, and they had some problems and dead spots, so they're getting that worked out. But the lines issue is not being addressed. They will keep the lines until the council has any new directive towards correcting that. So I would only ask that maybe next meeting or maybe this issue be addressed, because our association does have money in the bank, and I have proposed it to our members, but I'm sure that they'd be interested in if this group that's working on the courts right now, if they can't paint the lines, we would be interested in covering the cost to paint the lines. But we can't do anything without your directive.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll look at that, and we'll have to get Mr. Burris to study about the amount of use we're getting on each one. I do notice that there are a number of individuals playing soccer on your courts, and I don't know what damage that does to your courts, but we probably need some signage. Either if it doesn't hurt them, it's okay, but if I don't know.
It does hurt them. We have brand new nets in our 3 sheds in Cahoon Park, the tennis courts, and we haven't put them up because our tennis players aren't playing there. They're playing at Nimmy and Goddard because the lines are a problem when we play tennis. So we're playing elsewhere.
Okay, I didn't realize the lines were that big of a problem, but I don't play tennis, so I
Yeah,
wouldn't know.
right.
Okay, well, we'll take that under advisement and see where we can get, if we
Thank you
can't
very
work
much.
something out. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Youngman? Do we try to have I'm sorry, Council Lady Best, I'm sorry.
That's fine. Jim, are those lines painted in I call it rubber, I know it's not rubber, but are they baked down into that?
Counselor, the lines are just the same as the TIS lines. They're in the coating right on top.
So they're in the coating, so
Put
you can't just erase them and move them around?
Well, we paint over them, like make them green or whatever. They're
Well, that
blue.
would cause a bigger cluster,
Yeah,
because it'll
probably.
peel off that rubber.
Well, it's not actually incorporated right in the coatings on top. It's laying on top like any other paint.
All
It's
right.
just a special paint.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burris. I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
My name is Steve Youngman. I'm also a member of the Tennis Association, and I'm not anti-pickleball, but I am pro-tennis, I'll be honest with you there. The lines, it does add confusion, and I assume the acceptance of the new donated pickleball courts, that would facilitate us to be able to get some lines erased and corrected for tennis on Cahoon courts, and that's what I'm looking for, hoping for.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Youngman. We'll take that under advisement and see what we can do, and maybe the new courts will free up some of the other ones as well. Yes, Mr. Larry McRae. Oh, excuse me, Council Lady Moore, I'm sorry.
I had a question. Why is it we just now hearing that there was such a problem with the lines from the pickleball, for one? I remember when we painted them, I'd never heard before that there was a problem. We were told by some of the other people that came and went that it wouldn't be that big a deal for the pickleball lines to be on the court. So I don't know, somebody else may have heard something different, but I hadn't heard before now that there was a concern. And I don't think the new pickleball courts are going to take the place and take the lines over that, but if that's what you were thinking.
Yeah, it was our understanding that the pickleball courts lines would be on court 5 and 6, not on all the courts. It was a surprise to all of us that they're on all 6 courts. We're fine with the last 2 courts, which is more than enough. They never required any more than that. And we're perfectly happy with the first 4 courts if they don't have pickleball lines.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, I guess that's answered some of the question, but I still, like I said, why hadn't y'all brought that to us, to the city prior to now? Did y'all bring it to like the recreation department or anybody else prior to this meeting?
We have tried. I haven't. Jack Basin has.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. Like you said, like the mayor said, we will, I guess, look into that. I don't know how big a deal it will, or how long it'll take. You know how city business is. It takes a minute or two to get things done, but thank you for bringing it to their attention, and they'll look into it. I don't know which committee you might have to go to work some get it started, but all right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Larry McRae. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Next, thank you. We'll look at that and see what we can do. And if, as I recall, I don't know, they started out, they had some problems, I remember, with some of the courts, and the coating came up or something, and then they had to go back, and I don't know, I thought they were only gonna do a number of the courts. I didn't know they did all of them, but not playing tennis, I don't know that I would know any better. But thank you all very much. We'll see what we can do about getting you some courts back, if that's possible. Next, we have on non-agenda items, if you would care to speak now so you don't there's a 3-minute limit, and so you can, we'd be glad to hear you now because you don't have anything else on the agenda, so you don't have to stay all night till 10 or 11. If you'd like, if you'd like to come now, we have Brian Damon or Bayman? No. No, oh, he was on the other one. He was on the other one. I'm sorry. He just signed on both sides. Okay, Stephen Youngman? No, same thing. They all did. Never mind. Okay. Uh-oh. Now we got Tori Hornick?
Yes.
Yep, I know what she's here for.
My annual update. So my name is Tori Hornick. I live at 1404 West 8th Street. Today I'm here just to give an update on the skate park. The whole skate community today, we have in the first 3 rows skateboarders and roller skaters. We have had a lot of noise in the press lately, or in the newspaper and in KRQE news as well. I think I said that wrong, actually, I'm sorry. But the big news station in Albuquerque, because one of our local skaters has recently won the Tony Hawk's pick for the Skate Park Hero Project, and he was hand-selected, and his name is Robert Zamora. He is actually out of town, though, in Florida for a skate event, so that's why he's not here today with us. But he's won, so that's bringing a lot of publicity, or a lot of public noise to what we're doing. And we've had a lot of skate park companies reach out to us too, because they're excited about what we want to do, because we are looking at building a skate complex, and we call it a skate complex because it's going to have a regional sized skate park, which would be a modern sized skate park that would allow the X Games and other events to come here and participate, which that would be a huge tourist advantage. I mean, even the hotels that I work for are excited about this. They're like, that will bring so much money to us, and they could do deals too, so they're like, let us know when it happens. And then also, too, we're looking at a flat track for derby skaters, which whenever we have a derby competition in town, they sell out instantly. And so that's something that we're looking forward to. And we've been speaking with Grind Lines, a man named Kyle Smith. He's also a city councilor as well, I believe. And he's been super helpful with everything, telling us our next steps on what to do. We also have Geneva Martinez, who is a pro roller skater who just had a pro wheel come out as well. So that was in the newspaper also. And then next week, I have something coming out as well, just about everything that we're doing. And I also have an interview set up with the Albuquerque news team also. But we're hoping Tony Hawk does sign our petition, because we have over 500 people already signed in just a matter of 2 weeks. And that's not including, that's our online one. Our actual paper one has about another 400 I counted. And the people really are excited about this. There's a lot of I want to say stoked. People are super stoked about this. And I don't know if you guys are aware, but we have a daily user of 130 of our skate park minimum daily. That's how many people do come out and use our tiny little park a day. And that does not include roller skaters or scooters. That's just skateboarders alone. So I really think and the only reason why we're able to excel like Geneva and Robert is because they have they've built ramps in their own backyards. And I really think if we are giving our little ones and future skateless people of the skate community a better park to practice with, at least a safer park at least, and maybe more lights, and stuff, like everything we're talking about, we're going to see people become Olympians, because we even have Miss Mariah Duran. She's, I believe, like 20 years old from Albuquerque. She's a woman Olympian skateboarder. And that's, just 3 hours away. So, and especially after Robert Zamora and Geneva Martinez, getting, skate recognition, I see a lot of good coming, and I think it would be very beneficial for everybody to support what we're doing, because we're also looking for our own funds. We're not going to ask, we're looking for grants. That's what Grindline's been helping us do and everything. And we know it's going to take a good 5 years for this project, but we're in it for the long haul. And I really do see a really good amount of people from the whole skate community out of, just in America in general. They're excited and they want to come here and skate a good park. And so that's all I have to say today. And just so you know that these are all the people here, supporting today. They're not all going to speak, don't worry about that. But you know, we all just want a better park to provide, and just a safer one and more lights, because it's too hot to be skating, because the park closes at dusk. And those metal ramps literally are a skillet. So we can't even skate when the sun comes down at a cool time. You know, so right now it's just kind of hazardous, and that's not safe. So if we could get like another light or two, you know, in the next 5 or 4 years, that would definitely, you know, help with people getting burned on the ramps. Because I even built my child this little ramp because he got fried on the skillet, or he got fried on the half pipe, and he's 3 years old and he skates. So you know what I mean? And he had knee pads on, helmets, long sleeve. Like, unfortunately, those ramps are just so hot by, you know, 7 in the afternoon that it used to be open till 10 p.m. And I guess in the last couple years it changed, and I just would like to see it go back to that, so that way we can actually be safe out there. And that is all I have today. Thank you all very much. Oh, actually, too, I don't know if I mentioned the Roswell engineers. We did speak with them, Mr. Nahar and Ms. Allen as well, and they are 100% on board with what we're doing. Miss Christina Arnold and Jim was also at that meeting, and they have a meeting with Grindlines as well to further their knowledge on what we're doing. Okay, and that is really all. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I enjoy your enthusiasm.
Oh, I'm stoked about it. Thank you.
You know, that skate park it really needs to be improved. People have no idea how many kids really use that place. I mean, my kids, I didn't have a clue till I had to go sit and watch my kids there, and it's really good. And you know, this thing with Tony Hawk, Tony Hawk it's a real big deal, getting that thing from Tony Hawk, and a lot of people not in the skate park world to know anything about it. That's a big deal, and he's you know, from New Mexico and everything else, as I recall, and so it's a really big deal. I applaud you all for come forward, and just keep it up, keep stirring the pot, and you know, the squeaking wheel gets the grease, even if they're on skates. So, okay, and then next we have, is it Ms. Martinez?
Hello, good evening. Geneva Martinez, 3691 East Pine Lodge. I have a few things that I'm going to touch on, but I'm here for the skate complex. First of all, I want to say Thelma is also my mentor when it comes to lapidary, and I'm so glad that the city recognized her. I think the Roswell Adult Center has so much potential, and I'm excited to see that more people are utilizing that facility. I have a few initiatives that I'm working on this year. One of them is affordable housing through a pilot project. It's a rehab loan forgiveness program where the property owners will work with individuals and families that are needing some transitional to permanent housing. So I would like to maybe reach out to all of my counselors to discuss that further. Also, I would like to speak with you all individually about, after I talked to many city leaders and citizens, I recognize that there's a need for human and sex trafficking training. I want to bring a training to all the first responders and law enforcement, hospitality, parents, students, and anybody that works with children. I have a summit that I'm going to attend next week in Alamogordo, and our Judge Romero is actually going to be speaking there about some of the trafficking that he has seen in our community. Okay, but why I'm here tonight is to discuss the big dream of the skate complex. I'm so proud to be part of a group of Roswell citizens and skaters that are so passionate. I would like to thank the Parks and Rec engineer and the engineering team, and also Grindline, who has specialized in planning, design, and construction of skate parks all over the U.S., for sitting with us for guidance and support. We are working together to get a concept design for a UFO skate complex that would be one of a kind, that would include a derby hockey rink, a regional park with some UFO features, a pump track or snake run. This was one of my main motivations to join the Parks and Rec Commissioner Board. There's hundreds of community members, young and old, that want representation at the table. We recognize that funding will be our #1 struggle, but we are looking at many different avenues. We all understand this was going to take several years to complete, but our team is invested in moving forward. Tori has put together a petition to gain support, and like she said, she got 500 petitions in 9 days, not including the 400 before that. So I just want to say thank you, Tori, for your persistence, so persistent. But she gets everybody excited about this project. So that is all.
Thank you very much. Any questions from any of the council ladies or members? Okay, thank you all very much. Appreciate you all coming and expressing your views. So we certainly, it's really nice to see you all come and do that. Thank you all very much. So, okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Is there anyone else that has anything they would like to say before we go on with the agenda? Okay. All right. Seeing none. Item 10 has been removed from the agenda, so next we have item, let's see, item 11, ordinance 23-08, hold a public hearing for the ordinance to, ordinance 23-08, amending the definition of the dedication of a municipal loan option gross receipts tax. Councilman Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we hold a public hearing to consider adopting proposed ordinance 23-08, amending the dedication of a municipal local option gross receipts tax.
We have a motion by Councilman Hildebrand. Is there a second? Second by Councilman Korn. Yes, Mr. Eintema, would you please?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, as discussed previously, this is an ordinance that would amend the dedication in a, well, let me give some background, sorry. Ordinance 17-16 was passed in July of 2017 and imposed a 1/16 of a cent tax whose dedication was required by state law to be for municipal environmental, for acquisition, construction, operation, and maintenance of solid wastewater facilities, wastewater, sewer, and related facilities. In 2019, the legislature passed a bill that removed that requirement. The city has not changed that. However, in practice, the goal of the ordinance wasn't exactly followed. So it's lawful and potentially beneficial to remove the dedication and make this 1/16 go to general revenue, as was the practice previously. It's a housekeeping ordinance in effect.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Eintema. Any questions from members of the committee about this? This is just conforming us with the state laws as the state has changed it. So that requirement. Council Lady Arnold.
I think I've actually, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I've been actually pretty vocal on the fact that I actually think this should stay and actually go to our infrastructure to support and help build up our enterprise funds. I know that most people have let me know they don't agree. That's fine, but I have not had a clear plan presented to me to actually show how we're going to build those enterprise funds. So I will continue not to support this, and while it's not necessarily taking it up to match state code, because the state code still actually has some verbiage, so I don't completely agree with that, but I understand, and I still, Mr. City Manager, I would still like to see a plan on how we're going to address those bonds, or those, our actual enterprise funds in rebuilding those. I yield.
Thank you. Any further comments? Councilman Orpressa.
If I'm not mistaken, this is a public hearing, so we want to have the public, or at least ask the public if they have any communications.
Well, no one had signed up on it. Anyone would like to have anything to say about this ordinance 23-08? So, okay, I don't believe so. Sorry. Thank you. Is that all?
That's it. Sorry.
Any further comments? So next we have to have a roll call. Is that right? So, okay, all those, well, the clerk will call the roll for those for ordinance 23-08, amending the dedication of the municipal local option gross receipts tax.
Counselor Moore stepped out, so I will come back to her. Counselor Best?
No.
Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Counselor Heldenbrand?
Aye.
Counselor Hildebrand, Counselor Foster?
Yes, with explanation.
Counselor Halverson?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
Aye.
Counselor Corn?
Yes.
Counselor Arnold?
No.
Counselor Moore?
No.
By a vote of 6 in the affirmative and 3 in the negative, the item number 11, ordinance number 23-08 has passed. Next, oh, excuse me, Councilman Foster, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. I concur with Councilor Arnold about worried about our enterprise funds, but the other thing about it is this is going into the general fund, and if we have a shortage in an enterprise fund, we'll cover it with the general fund. But I do think that we need to start looking at other options of building up our enterprise funds as well. So, thank you.
Thank you, okay. Let's see, next we have ordinance 23-09 to hold, this is a public hearing, and to consider adopting proposed ordinance 2309, amending certain sections of the zoning ordinance, Article 52, Appendix A, Section A, the Roswell Code pertaining to building and performance standards. That's item 8. We have Councilman Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we hold a public hearing and consider adopting proposed ordinance 23-09, amending certain sections of the zoning ordinance, Article 52, Appendix A, Section 8 of the Roswell City Code pertaining to building and performance standards.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Hildebrand, a second by Councillady Arnold. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. This is just a follow-up from last month. We made a recommendation to advertise an amendment to the zoning code to allow the front yard fences an increase in height from 4 feet to 6 feet for any see-through fence, chain link, wrought iron, decorative, so to allow a property owner to feel a little more secure in their homes, as we've had an increase in requests for these. And this was a recommendation supported by our city engineer. We are now recommending to adopt this amendment, and I stand for questions.
Yes, is there anyone in the audience who would care to speak for or against this adoption of the height on the fences? Anyone for it or against it? Okay, seeing questions from the councilman, I would, in looking at this, over on, this allows a 6-foot fence solid in the front yard. It has to be see-through.
That is correct, sir. It must be see-through. So we're specifying like a chain link, a wrought iron, and they're all subject to inspection. They also go through the review process with our city engineer as well to make sure they don't interfere with any clear sight, triangle issues. Safety always comes first, but definitely not any solid fences. There would be no pickets, no R paneling, no block walls, nothing like that on the front.
No block walls?
No. not in the front yard. This only pertains to the front yard.
Yeah, I was just curious because there's a number of block walls on the, on downtown in the historic district. There's block walls that are, that I guess would be grandfathered in. I don't know if they could fix them if they fell over.
Mr. Mayor and council, we're talking 6 foot total. You can have a combination, your 4 foot, the first 4 foot can be solid, and then above the 4 foot could be see-through. So that's what we're talking. But again, from my point of view, it's a safety so everybody can back up, make the corners and all those kind of operations when you're pulling out of a driveway, when the kid's on a bicycle, all that kind of stuff. But you can have a combination solid and see-through up to 6 foot.
Okay, thank you, Louis. Any further comments? Okay. Okay, on ordinance. Item 12, ordinance. The clerk would call the roll on item number 12, ordinance 2309, dealing with the height of fences in the front yards of residents in Roswell. And so a motion was made by Councilman Hildebrand, seconded by Councilman Arnold, to adopt ordinance 2309 to the Roswell Building Code. If the clerk could call the roll.
Counselor Moore,
Yes.
Counselor Best,
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa,
Yes.
Counselor Hildenbrand,
Aye.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Halverson,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Aye.
Counselor Corn,
Yes.
Counselor Arnold.
Yes.
Motion passes 9-0.
Okay. Okay, next we have item 13 was withdrawn. Next we have item 14, ordinance. This is for a public hearing on ordinance 23-11. Consider adopting ordinance 2311, amending Chapter 5 of the City Code of the Rules and Regulations. Councilman Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we hold a public hearing and consider adopting proposed ordinance 23-11, amending Chapter 5 of the City Code and Airport Rules and Regulations.
We have a motion by Councilman Hildebrand, second by
Second.
Council Lady Halverson. Okay. Mr. Griego. Oh, no, excuse me. Mr. Eintema.
I realize the suit is slimming, Mr. Mayor, but you're just flattering me. Well, Council, to be serious now, as you are aware, we've made a settlement with the TSA. Part of the agreement was that we had to have outward-facing or public-facing rules and regulations. These will be incorporated into our airport security plan, and the airport security plan has particulars that aren't released to the general public for security reasons. This was reviewed by the Airport Commission for 2 months, and the legal committee had this for 2 months as well. As I say, it's kind of it's a bear to read, but for the most part, it is very simple things like no smoking next to jet fuel, except on the 4th of July, and things of that nature. There had been one amendment from what our outside consultant, who's been working, helping us through the TSA issues. We increased the number of people who can be escorted on the airport premises to make it practical for general aviation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Is anyone in the audience care to speak for or against item 14, ordinance 23-11? Any questions of any members of the council? Seeing none, if the clerk would call the roll on a motion in favor of by Councilman Hildebrand and passing, and a second by Councilman Lady Halverson for item 14, ordinance 23-11, amending chapters 5 of the city and airport rules code, airport city code and airport rules and regulations. Clerk will call the roll.
Counselor Moore?
Yes.
Counselor Best?
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Counselor Hildenbrand?
Aye.
Counselor Foster?
Yes.
Counselor Halverson?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
Aye.
Counselor Corn?
Yes.
Counselor Arnold?
Yes.
Motion passes 9-0.
Okay, we passed 9-0. Next, we have item 15, to hold a public ordinance, consider adopting ordinance 23-12, amending chapter 6 of the Roswell City Code to the building codes. Councilman Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we hold a public hearing and consider adopting proposed ordinance 2312, amending chapter 6 of the Roswell City Code relating to building codes.
Okay, we have a handout coming. Mr. Eintema.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, in another more mundane ordinance that we have to pass, the state of New Mexico adopts various codes, and the city in turn, by ordinance, is required to adopt them. The original ordinance as presented only adopted the 2020 New Mexico Electrical Code. However, since this ordinance went through legal committee, the state has adopted a number of other codes, and this seems like a good time to clean it all up at once. The state has recently adopted the 2021 New Mexico Commercial Code, the 2021 Residential Building Code, the 2021 Existing Buildings Code, and on page 2 at the top, the 2021 New Mexico Earth and Building Materials Code, which I did not know existed until I researched it. In any case, these have all been adopted by the state, and we would have to adopt them by December of this year. So I thought I'd give you an opportunity, if you are willing, to adopt this substitute so we don't have to bring this to you for another few years, hopefully.
The second, who was the second on this? Halverson. She was a second on item 14. Do we have a second on item 15?
I'll second.
Halverson, okay, well, now we're back. Okay. Is there anyone in the audience that care to speak for or against this ordinance straightening or bringing all our building codes up to the New Mexico standards? Okay. Seeing none, any questions from members? Councilman Corn.
Mr. Mayor, so we're doing the one that we had in our binder and the one that was handed out, is that correct? I'm just,
We're just doing this.
oh,
So we need to do a friendly amendment, or?
well, hold on,
Yeah.
before we go there. So the one that was handed out says ordinance 22-XX. I think it needs to say 23-XX. Well, but it needs to be 23, because,
Oh, this one.
okay,
Yes.
well, I
Should say
think that's an
23-12.
accepted typo.
Yeah, sorry, that is my mistake. It should read 23-12 on the top.
Okay.
Should be 23-12.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
Mr. Eintema, did you actually agree that we need to do a friendly amendment on this? I guess I'm too close.
I guess it'd be a substitute or just amend as presented.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilman Corn for a friendly amendment. Hildebrand, you
That's
accept?
fine, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Is there any objection to a friendly amendment to change ordinance 22-SX to 23-12? And accept these changes that it represents. Okay, do we need to, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, so we've got that. Now the ordinance is changed to the one we're talking about is the one with a red print on there now. Is there anyone that cares to speak for or against this in the audience? Anyone, any councilman care to speak? If the clerk will then call the roll on the item, ordinance item as amended, number 23-12, which was titled ordinance 22-XX. That has now been amended to 23-12. If the clerk could call the roll.
Counselor Moore? Yes. Counselor Best?
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Counselor Hildenbrand?
Aye.
Counselor Foster?
Yes.
Counselor Halverson?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
Aye.
Counselor Corn?
Yes.
Counselor Arnold?
Yes.
Motion passes as amended 9-0.
Okay. So now we've gone through the consent items. So we would now go to
17.
item 7. No, we pulled 17, right? We put 17 there, so we'll do item 17. It's to consider the ratification of the PO procedures for the purchase of a new patch. No, we removed 17 and went to finance. Did we not?
No, 18 went to finance.
Oh, okay. Okay, sorry.
I requested to pull 17 off the consent agenda.
Okay, so, okay, we're on item 17. It's for the patch truck.
Mr. Chairman, Mayor and Council, 17 and 18, I have an idea why you're pulling those off or why you're having them reconsidered to finance. We're not asking for more money. I'm very familiar with the budget, and I think that's why you pulled 17 and 18. I will say that pulling it 18 slows me down for when the February 2024 New Mexico DOT TPF call for projects calls for, because I might not make this project so when I'm starting to find funds for these kind of projects. And just to give you a little preview, DOT Commission meets on August 24th. City of Roswell has 3 projects in there. The reason we have projects up there is because we're doing our homework and we're getting our shelf projects and getting ahead of the game, because if you want money, you got to know how much it costs, what you're building, and have finite numbers and plans. Okay, so 17, I think you pulled it because the budget was less than the $291,000. I think it's $8,000, $8,400 less. The same thing with item 18. It's $58,000 less. This is all the road fund. You guys approved the road fund, and I understand if one item goes up, I'm not asking for money in the road fund. I got to take it from within the road fund and balance the books because there is no more money. I get that. So for 17 and for 18, and if it's possible, since we have not adjourned this meeting, if it's possible that 18 could be reconsidered, I'll be number 44. Doesn't matter. But 17 and 18 go hand in hand. They're both a little higher than what the budget was when we did the budget. So for the patch truck, 8,000 and change over. Okay, from the road fund, I'm gonna have to cut striping. That's my budget, 150,000 by 8,000 and change to make the balance, because I need the patch truck. With the Frank Spesser, we have $58,000 over. I get it. The price of the consultant fees went up. Where am I going to get that? If you'll remember, councilors, you passed 2 $1.5 million mill and field projects. So what I do, I take one project that I put out to bid and make it $1,442,000. I get that. So again, maybe I didn't explain it correctly or with more detail in my financial aspect of my abstract, but that's what I'm doing. I'm not asking for more money. I'm just asking for, on the patch truck, since we spoke in March and April, the price went up. Because we get fresh quotes before we get the PO. Because we got to get it from the vendor. The vendor has to be paid. the exact money, the amount price is right now. So with 17, that's what happened. $8,000 over on the price. I'm gonna take it from striping. With Frank Spencer, which has been pulled off the table to go to finance, I have finance right here. That's what council's all about. So if it's possible, 18 to be put back on the table, that 58,000 is gonna come from a $1.5 million mill and fill. So I'll take a few hundred feet off of one of those projects to pay for that. I get I'm not asking for more money. I'm asking for approval. What I do every year, you give me my money, I make it work, I cut where I have to make it work. That's called management. And I stand for any questions.
Council Lady Best.
So I'd like to make a motion that we take 18 and put it back on the table because 18 and 17 go hand in hand. You have very well explained where this is coming from. You explained it in infrastructure. If you watch the infrastructure show or YouTube or whatever, you'll see exactly how he explained it. So there was really no reason to pull either one of these off because it's already been pre-budgeted. So I make a motion that we put 18 back on the table.
Council Lady Best, I'm going to rule that motion out of order because we are on item 17. We can take care of 17, and then we can come back and then we can make the motion, whatever it needs to be made on 18. So, I mean, we're on item 17. I shouldn't have let you go to 18, but you were on a roll. I did, but we can do.
Thank you, Mayor.
Item 17, and then the next one we'll do is 18.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
Counselor Perry would like to speak.
that's fine. Councilman Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I was just going to say that a motion has not been made yet for 17. I was just going to bring up the request on 18 to be brought back, but I will respect your ruling and wait for that time. As we were going through this, I was trying to scroll down to see what that was when we were voting, and I missed what that was. So that's all I needed. Thank you.
Well, then can I make a motion for
Okay.
17?
Yes, we have so now on item 17, we need a motion. Council Lady Moore, would you like to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion for the approval of ratification of PO procure for purchase for the 2024 patch truck for the amount of $291,000, $291,898.64 to Peach Equipment Repair Incorporated.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion for approval by Council Lady Moore and a second by Council Lady Best. And Councilman Corn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The reason why I asked for this, because during the discussion early on the budget, we approved, I went to bat for this patch truck. But we discussed it, and Mr. Mayor came in and said it's $283,407 is what we budgeted. So what I've got here is budget creep at a minimum, or just willy-nilly with his budget and his line items, moving stuff around however it happens to fit. I don't know which. I'm not going to accuse him of anything, but that's the reason why I asked for this is, one, how come it's more than it was when we discussed it back in March and April? And two, he's pulling it out of someplace else in his budget. And I'm not sure that was, I know it wasn't discussed in the early days of the budget. And so, I mean, you know, 8,000 here, 10,000 there, $250,000 over here, $1 million there, pretty soon you're out of whack. And it just, I mean.
And again, Mr. Corn, Councilor Corn, when we did go to budget, that was the quote that we had. Before we get a PO, we have to have a fresh quote. And that was the market price when we were quoted, $8,000 difference. If we wait another 2 months, it's gonna go up.
Well,
And again, I understand the concept of budget. I have a pool of money that's road fund. And if one item goes up, I have to, within the road fund items only, have to reconcile that expense and reduce something else.
well, I understand that. You made a plea for this, and I supported you on it and put it in the budget for the amount that you asked for. And now we've got budget creep. And I understand things go up. I mean, I understand that. It's just that this is one of the problems I got, Mr. Mayor, when I'm not a member of the committee that passed this. I don't go to all of the meetings. I don't watch them on YouTube. I don't do any of that stuff because I got plenty to do with what I'm supposed to do. And you put me in charge of the budget, and if I can't keep track of the budget, then maybe you ought to do away with the finance committee. I don't know. We're there for a purpose. We know we're struggling.
And I respect what Councilor Corn is saying. We're not asking for more money. We're staying within our own line items, within our allotted money. And I'm sure my department and other departments, we're gonna have these kind of transfers within our departments, within what's under our purview all year round, because the budget's just like an engineer's estimate. Until you bid it and you close the project and have your ribbon cutting, you don't know what the final price is.
I just want to know where you're getting it. You told me you're going to take it instead of doing, of course, this isn't big money. I got that.
Yes, sir.
So you'll not do that much on a street repair. I got it. I understand, or you're not going to get it striped as timely as you would like, maybe.
Okay.
I mean, I understand all that, but budgets mean more to me than it does some people. That is the framework that we decide, and I know the day we pass it, it's obsolete. I got that. Because the city of Roswell's moving all the time. Projects are going on. In today's market, everything goes up in price. You know, we're halfway through a project and the cost of the material doubled on us before we could get the next truck backed up with the stuff in it. I understand that. But I need to understand when this happens before the fact, not now, which is kind of after the fact. That's all I'm asking.
Okay. And I respect the budget. I'm not asking for more money. I 100% agree that we have a little bit of a quagmire with our budgets in the past, and we're trying to survive. I'm not asking for more money. We will make the cuts within our department to do the best we can with the services that we are given money to do. And with these two items, again, what's critical with me with number 18, I need to get that going because the letter for the DOT usually comes out February. So February 24th, I have to have a set of plans and an engineer's estimate so I can at least make the first round and get turned down the first time, because I've learned with the DOT, sometimes you don't get it the first year, you get it the second year, but you got to be ready the first year with your numbers and your plans. And again, hopefully, next month, we'll be announcing that Roswell was successful again bringing money from the DOT Commission, who's making decisions this month.
Well, we're talking about 17 right now.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about 18 in a minute, I guess.
Yeah.
And it's.
Well, 17 will come out of the striping, which we have a $150,000 budget, and we might have to do a block or two less, a crosswalk or two less, but we need the patch truck definitely. We were down to one patch truck, and we did some work over there in front of the JP White Monday, and the guys had to go back because the heaters were acting up and the mix got cold on us. So, and even then, we're looking at a year away before we can get a a patch truck.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Councilor Moore.
My question is, I mean, with any budget, right? Ms. Jane talks all the time, we do all kind of line adjustments and this, that, and the other. This is not brand new, so I feel like you can't give an estimate, because you, like you said, you come next weekend, there's gonna be a different number, so you can't, he can't, it's hard to ask for a hard number for something that we're expecting them to give us a year from now. So of course it's gonna change. It changes in every budget. We hear how many, I don't know how many meetings we've done where we had to do a line adjustment because something costs more or less than the other. Well, this should not be a big problem. It's not like we're going to go to the council again and ask for more money. And as within our regular budget, we have to make adjustments when something changes, something costs more, something costs less. We have to make adjustments. So I don't feel like this should be that big of a deal. Why we're having such a big discussion about the money that's already, what you're gonna say no to it now that you've already allocated and said you can have it? Just because the price get up, that does not mean we have to change, or we don't give you the city the patch truck, that y'all don't get the patch truck. You make adjustments where you need to. You've always done that. Every committee every department has to do that, so it's not a big deal. So I just don't know why we still fussing about or discussing about this. Not fussing, just discussing about the change, because it's inevitable. And we keep waiting, we're gonna have another discussion because it's another $5,000 more because we waited from August to December. So I don't want to belay this. I want to call for the vote and let's get this done.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any further comments? Okay, we're on item 17. The only thing I would tell you is, Mr. Nayar, I've had 2 requests from people restriping in front of Roswell High and Goddard High School because they haven't been restriped, they said, in 6 years. I don't know, but, so you might.
Roswell High was restriped last year when we did the slurry seal.
Okay, well, I'm just telling what I was told. I don't know about Goddard, so look at Goddard. Before you
Goddard.
take all that money away from striping.
Goddard, if you'll notice, we just did the hot recycle microsurfacing up to Country Club on Goddard, and we put new crosswalks there. Again, we're getting quotes right now. The guys are working on a master list, because I need to know how many linear feet of paint we have, how many linear feet of what we call thermal markings, and that way we can get prices, and hopefully in 2 months, I'll be coming to you with a request to approve a PO for what we call our annual restriping.
Okay.
And it's in the budget, and I appreciate the striping money in the budget. There was none last year. We did it with the projects.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so now, let's see, so what are we on? We're on 17, okay. Yeah, so we have a motion by Councilor Moore, a second by Councilman Best for the approval of the PO to buy the 2024 patch truck for $291,898.64 to Pete's Equipment Repair. Clerk will call the roll.
Counselor Moore? Yes. Counselor Best?
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Counselor Hildenbrand?
Aye.
Counselor Foster?
Yes.
Counselor Halverson?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
Aye.
Counselor Corn?
Yes.
Counselor Arnold?
Yes.
By
Motion.
vote of 9 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Item 17 is
Thank you,
passed.
Counsel.
Now we're on item 18. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. It was removed.
Mr.
from
Chair.
finance.
I am asking to speak, please.
Okay, on item 18, let me, I think we have to have a motion to put it on, and then you
That's
can.
what I'm asking.
So,
I'm asking for a motion to put it back on the agenda.
Your mic, please.
Oh, I figured I'd be loud enough. I'm asking permission to put it, or making a motion to put it back on the agenda tonight.
Mr. Mayor, so the correct motion, Councilor Best, you almost did exactly. It's a change or depart from adopted agenda or program. This requires a second, is not debatable, and requires 2/3 or a majority of all members. Either way, it's 6 people today.
2/3 or a majority?
Right, and since we're only at 9, 2/3 would be 6. So 6 votes and not debatable, so you guys can just move straight to a vote if there's a second.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to put this, to remove this to take this, put this item back on to the agenda, on to item 18 back on tonight's agenda. And so it takes a 2/3 vote or 6 members. Okay, so, all right, Council Lady Best, it's not debatable. Should we allow discussion? No, no
Not
discussion,
debatable.
just a straight vote. Okay.
Counselor Moore? Yes. Counselor Best?
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Counselor Hildenbrand?
No.
Counselor Foster?
Yes.
Counselor Halverson?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
Aye.
Counselor Corn?
No.
Counselor Arnold?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-2.
Okay, by a vote of 7-2, that motion has been placed back on the table, or excuse me, back on the agenda. So let's go right to item 18. Okay.
So I'd like to make
Council,
I'd like to make a motion to consider approval to enter into the agreement with Frank X. Spencer and Associates Incorporation, FASX, in the amount of $256,530.23 for full project and plan development for 4-laning of Country Club Road.
Second.
we have a motion by Council Lady Best and a second by Councilor Moore. Is there further discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hildebrand.
I had a question for you, Louis.
Yes, sir.
Where does this fit in your master plan?
On my master plan, if
Yeah.
you looked at the big 28 projects that I submitted on the ICIP, we have 4-laning of Country Club, and we're trying to put that in 26 or 27 fiscal year, trying to get funds from outside first. And also in that same area, from what would be 19th to redo Nevada, or build Nevada, tying into what the Oaks is gonna be building with their Nevada, and go from, would be 19th to College. So in the master plan, that's all trying to piece together the road network for that area of the Oaks and the North Old Municipal Airport.
So where are you talking about Nevada from where?
Okay, Country Club is from Sycamore to Montana.
Correct.
Okay, and then Nevada would be, if you can picture where the Oaks was on Country Club,
Yeah.
they're building Nevada down to 19th, if there was a 19th. So then the next Nevada, which, again, probably in the next year or two, you'll see me coming up here again, asking for design money and stuff to do Nevada from what would be 19, tying it back to College. Because all we have right now is just a piece of an old runway.
Right. But again, my question is this in your master plan or your
Yes.
revised master plan?
Well, it's all part of the ICIP, and if you look.
I'm not talking about ICIP, I'm talking about your road master plan.
There is no road master plan.
We have no road master plan.
No, we have a pavement condition plan, but there is no road master plan.
Mr. Cole, were you aware of this?
No, sir.
I have a problem with that.
Okay,
We've hired him to run the city,
that is correct.
and he didn't know about this?
Okay, so as far as the master plan, and we don't get a chance to go over the ICIP, but if you look at the ICIP, those are what streets and engineering consider the important projects, including drainage, road rehab, new construction, and so we put them in that 4-year plan, or that 5-year plan. So if you look at it, we got, I think I have it in 27 or 26, you have Country Club, and then a year later would be Nevada. We also have Brasher Drainage, Phase 2, because right now with the Brasher Drainage we're gonna be doing, we're just gonna have enough money to do the plans, just very similar to what item 18 is. So then once you have the plans, and you go find funding. Well, I already have it in my ICIP plan, which is it's a form of a master plan, because that's your infrastructure projects, your capital outlay projects. So if you look at it, and I'll be glad to share with you, if you look at it, you'll see all these roads, these drainages, and all these areas that are deemed critical with the street infrastructure, and trying to get them funded and or designed, because there's some design money in there as well. Now, as far as the master plan, there's never been one for streets. We did the pavement condition plan because most of the streets are built, and most of the streets we're trying to do, when I come back to you with the mill and fill list and the hot recycle and the list, all that, that's what we're doing. In my backpack right now, I have the first cut of our hot recycle, of our microsurfacing over recycle, the microsurfacing standalone, mill and fill residential, mill and fill collectors. So that's the pavement maintenance that we do, which is part of the 5-year pavement condition plan. As far as a master plan for construction of roadways, Country Club in Nevada was on the radar, but not until you start seeing rooftops, and you're gonna have 800 homes over there, and they've started again. And again, I pushed it down that way because I see the need. And I believe in some of the meetings, the mayor and I believe even you said, what about Country Club?
Right.
What about Nevada? So all those, and we're all focusing on that area because hopefully we'll have rooftops over there. Rooftops, they need to be serviced to get out to and from work, to and from school, to and from shopping. So that's a Country Club. Again, it's going to be a big endeavor financially. So get those plans. First, we start with the DOT on the call for projects, which the bigger bang for the buck is 95% their money, 5% our money. But that call comes in February. The way it works with just the scoring, to give you an idea, you put in for a project, maybe you don't get it this year. If you do the same project next year, you get more points. And slowly you're ranked up at the top. Depending with this one, I'm excited about Country Club because when you look at what it's going to be servicing and how many potential people it has to service from an engineering point of view and a rate of return on your money, the point scale goes up. So I'm very competitive, and if you've ever noticed all the DOT money and the stuff that I've been fortunate to bring to you guys, it's all competitive. It's all competitive. Part of the competition is you gotta be what they call shovel ready. You cannot be shovel ready without having a set of plans or an estimate. Very similar when you guys, on any project, whether it be my projects or any of the other departments, how much does it cost? Do you have a firm number? Do you have plans? This is step number one. And I mean, I don't know what you're looking for as far as a master plan. The closest thing I have to master plan is the ICIP. That's to come my list that was turned in. I mean, the top two are here. The list that I turned in was 27 projects, I believe. So there's 27 projects, and if you look at it and you start going down the line, you'll see, oh, I see why this is coming in. So the ICIP in a way is a master plan, but there's never been an official master plan for roads other than keeping up with the roads that we already have, and we have a master plan payment condition, and that's what we've been doing, coming up with our hot recycles, our microservicing, and that's how we're going. And it might prove that your street gets it this year, Councilor Oropesa doesn't. We're just trying to go down the list, and that's why we made a list to take the politics out of it, or try to take the politics out of it. So
politics in it at all.
Well, I agree, but I mean, when there's a money shortage, politics does peek its head. And the mayor said it eloquently, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. Very true in very many things. And I don't know if I answered your question, but that's what we have. I mean, master plans, we have one for the water, which is 2012. We've brought up one for the sewer, but every time it gets mentioned, it gets cut out. Master plans sometimes get cut out. Our master plan for Roswell, the big one, is the 2015. There is chapters in there in transportation, keeping up with your road work networking, where development is happening. Development is happening in the Northwest. We're focusing on the Northwest, trying to address that. Our master plan for City of Roswell was adopted 2016. Typically, you do it every 10 years. So guess what? We should be doing the master plan now, so it's finished in 2025, so then it's adopted in 2026. But again, money for a master plan right now I don't think is that important to some of the other things that we have going. But I know, I really appreciate you guys with the 17 and 18 and due consideration for 18. I know you guys are still working on it, but I'm always playing a chess game with funding. And that's how I've been successful. And you got to stay ahead, and you got to see, I mean, you just got to play chess, playing your next move. Or if you're a pool player, you do this shot and you set it up for the next shot.
Well, I just believe that we need to put these plans together so that when you know, when you come up with your budget, how does that tie into the plan? Right now, there is none.
Your mic.
You don't know how you tie into that plan.
Well, that's correct. And I try to keep the ICIP, and I'll send all of you my 27 projects for the ICIP. As you look at that, and there's also equipment, because the master plan is also part of an equipment, because we don't have an equipment replacement plan. So what I've done with the ICA plan for the road fund, I've done roads, and you'll see as you go down the ICIP plan, you'll see my logic in it. It comes out to them, and then you'll see like the dump trucks, this and that. Down in 2028 or 2027, our crusher that makes all the materials that we go in there and regrade all the alleys, right now, literally, they're welding it, baling wire, and put it together. So for 27, 28, I have an impact crusher for $2 million. And we haven't even discussed that. But if you look at the ICIP plan that I've turned in, it's a dual road plan, drainage plan, and it's also an equipment capital replacement plan, which is not supposed to be. I get what ICIP, but it's a way of me making my statement without having a plan, if I could say it that way.
Thank you, Louis.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilman Orpesa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know we approved $200,000, and you're saying you're over approximately 58,000.
That is correct.
And so what is your balance right now in the road fund?
Probably about $10 million.
10 million?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So 58,000 really isn't going to have a lot of effect as far as the service?
That is correct, and I already know I'm going to take it out of my mill and field projects, which I have 2 mill and field projects approved in the budget for $1.5 million for residential, $1.5 million for collectors. So one of those projects, when we do the engineer's estimate, we're going to do it for $1,442,000.
And this project, you will not receive any state funding?
No, I'm going to go after the state for construction money. It's just, it's a more bang for the buck that I've noticed over the years.
And how soon is this project, if you get the money, how soon is the project?
Well, my plan is to have these, if I was approved, and then tomorrow I could take it over to the city manager, he signs the contract, I'll get it over to FXSA, Frank Spencer, and we'll have a kickoff meeting. But my plan is to have these plans completed in January. So when I have an estimate, when the call for projects comes in, this is already one of the projects that I'm going to be asking for the DOT to fund 95%. But you got to have a set of plans. How are you going to score it when I go compete with the Southeast Regional Transportation Organization, and I compete against all the entities? The way you make points is you have a set of plans. You have a real engineer's estimate, and that's how you get points.
So there is a possibility of 95%?
There is. There is.
Okay.
So, and my MAC right now, the cost for the four, if you can picture the 4-lane, it's gonna be a 4-lane. On the county side, no curb and gutter, because I wanna leave their drainage alone. On the city side, it'd be curb and gutter, 4 lanes with the bike trail and sidewalk and drainage and street lighting to look very similar to what Untana is without the curb and gutter on the county side.
Okay, thank you.
And my MAC is
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
$4.5 million.
Thank you, Councilman. Any further comments? Seeing none, Mr. Mayor, I just have a problem going when you look at what you're doing here. You know, here's a new area of town. It's all developed, and it's in the process of developing, and so while they're doing that, we're still sitting over there at the corner of Poe and Southeast Main with another boo-boo lake, or whatever you want to call it, that every time that we go along, we never fix that. It's kind of like the water tower out there. You know, when they first had their first leak or whatever, it was 2011, or whatever, they had their first problem. And, you know, where is Poe in Southeast Maine in this project?
Okay, it's not in this project. You weren't around, but I want to say, I don't know. I think Larry Fry was the city manager. For 4 years, we already did the survey from Poe, going east to Cahoon, north on Cahoon, and dumping into that detention pond that's already there in Cahoon, just north of Hobbs, if you can picture that. For 4 years, engineering started the plans. We had $3 million, which was a lot of money back when he was around. Every year, that got rated, that got rated, that got rated. So it kind of got pushed to the wayside. Drainage project on the south side of town, I agree. There's a 1998-99 South Roswell drainage plan adopted by the city of Roswell, adopted by the Chavez County, that had where the putt-putt golf course is there on Hobbs, which the county has put into detention pond. That was one of it, okay? As you go south, the Poe was on there, and that's what we were following. We were going there, and it disappeared. The other one was Brasher. If you remember, we put in for Brasher, we've got Brasher. The other one that was there was Hobson Road. If you remember, we're going to the Water Trust Board for $9 million for construction, and those $9 million are 2000 figures. But there's already a set of plan, there was already a drainage plan, and that's why the Water Trust Board is giving us that money. So I agree that the south side has it over there. How Brasher and Hobson politically, well, I know how it did with the flooding that we had over there in 2021. That brought a lot of attention over there. So that's where that came into the limelight. I'll gladly put Poe in there, and we'll start looking for, we already know what to do. We're going to take it down east on Poe, turn north on Cahoon, and dump it into the pond. That pond, as you see it out there, there's piles of dirt, because the Chavez Flood Commission has been gracious enough to excavate more capacity, but that entire fenced area is to be a pond. So we're about 60% done with that pond. A little bit more than you wanted to hear, Mayor, but I appreciate Poe, and I would love to get over there. And we'd have to get in there too with the DOT, because that's still US 285.
But see, you know, and I'm just sitting here saying, in my opinion, you know, when I look at projects that come along like this, and it's a big project, but what's happened is Poe has been pushed aside, and we've, you know, look at it, and you know, we pushed it all aside everywhere, and you know, why don't we fix Poe? I mean, to me, the people in Poe have been here for 100 years, and they've all been living in those houses since the early 50s and 60s, and they've been living over there, and they've had the same boo-boo lake there forever and ever, and yet, and we're gonna go and pick another part of town that doesn't even have anybody living there really, and we're gonna make a nice highway there instead of fixing for all the people that live out there around Poe, and how many, I don't know how many thousands of people have lost a vehicle engine in there.
I'll put Poe on fiscal year 25.
I know, but why, and see, that's one of the things, you'll do it. But you know, some of that stuff should be made, these decisions should be made by this council. And that's, to me, that's one of the problems, is this council should sit down here and look and make it, some of these decisions about where we serve people. And, you know, I mean, I think that this project, yeah, it's there, and is it something we can do? Yes. I don't know that we need to do it now. To me, even before we go out and build Nevada all the way across, before we do that, I think maybe we ought to fix Poe. And not to mention what you do on the rest of that, down on Brasher where it goes across there. I mean, you're gonna move all that water into Brasher, from Brasher and Main Street. You're gonna move that into that big pond at the cemetery. And then where's it going from there? Because the pipes go uphill.
That is correct. It's all controlled by one pipe.
And
Basically,
so-
you gotta detain it. And you
Yeah,
gotta
and-
hold it long enough to slowly leak out.
I know, but no one puts pipes across a road where they go uphill, you know, so the water doesn't go uphill until it gets built up that high. And that's the way the southeast Main and Brasher is now.
Yeah.
The pipes are screwed up, but but you know, this to me, this is a decision that should be made by this council on when we go into a major area that's all new, and we don't take care of the people who already have a problem in our community. And I understand about moving traffic and everything else, but we've already taken a big street all the way across from College all the way across to the truck bypass and everything else. And you know, sometimes it wouldn't hurt for us to spend a little money on the other side of town that has a huge problem. And so to me, I really wish that we would, I think we ought to relook at this. And I don't know how much it costs to fix Poe, but I just can't tell you how many people's had their cars ruined in there. And it needs to be fixed. And so I think this is a decision that the council itself needs to make, and not necessarily, and you can give us all the guidance and everything, but that should have been brought to this council for the council to decide what to make. Okay, thank you, Louis. Okay.
I will send, Mayor, I will send all of you the South Roswell Drainage Report Executive Summary. So you can see all the stuff that we have not done on the south side.
Well, I know, and I'm just talking about when you, as the flood commissioner, I know how much we haven't done and what our agreements were back in 97 or 8 or whenever it was, to take that water across southeast Maine, and get it over into the pond down there, way down there south on Atkinson, yeah.
Yeah, where Admiral Beverages that used to be a pond.
Yeah, so, you know, I understand that too. But it's an agreement the city made, and the flood commission, everybody's lived up to theirs, to everybody but the city. But yeah, that's why we gotta live up to agreements maybe before we start something new. Councilman Corn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Louis, you brought up something, and it reminded me of a conversation I had when I was a county commissioner. We built that catch basin where the old putt-putt golf course was.
10-4?
It was their impression, and my recollection, their impression, that part of the deal was that the city was gonna put a lift station to get it across southeast Maine so it could go on down the road and go into the bigger holding pond.
Yeah, and if what I remember on the conversation and looking at the reports, the DOT was supposed to do some redoing of the pipes on 285 corridor, so we could move it around and get it to go down Hobbs, and then also down Poe, which was one of the reasons why what I call the Cahoon detention pond was built. But all those, the DOT didn't want to play, your predecessors didn't want to play, and that's what happened in my recollection.
Well, and when they built that, the only way we knew how to get pipe was go tear the road up, lay the pipe, and then fix the road. But that's not the technology we have today. We can auger a hole, put a pipe in there, and do whatever. But all we've done is we've made a bigger mess there at that intersection, in my opinion, at Hobbs, because if that pool that the county built fills up, then it spills over in the parking lot of that convenience store there.
Well, it goes there, and then it also goes to the splash pad, because that's what it did in 2021 and 2022.
I mean, people don't think we have drainage issues in this community, but just let it rain and see what happens to you.
You're correct.
You can't, Councilor Perry was showing me some pictures of cars stalled in those puddles of water. And I heard a story of a former city official that messed up and went and tried to go down Atkinson and didn't make it to the other side.
No, he didn't make it in his truck.
Huh?
He did not make it in his truck.
Okay, well.
That's a true story.
I mean, and since that happened, the flood commissioner has gone in there and deepened that pond on the north end, correct?
That is correct. The entrance has been widened again. Again, the Flood Commission has been very gracious in going in there. And then what we're trying to do, we don't have the money to haul off all the excess spoils or the excavation. So that excavation, whenever we need it for topsoil, or if anybody needs it, it's just there to give away, which is a decision that we made back in, I think, 2000 when we did the Cahoon detention pond. I think we only had like $1.5 million. It would have cost another $500,000 million just to haul the dirt off. So slowly we just make the piles of dirt, and through attrition just get rid of the dirt for whatever projects we can use it at.
Well, moving dirt's like pumping water. It costs you money.
Yes, sir, it does.
Mr. Mayor, when I was over a year ago, I think, I went to Mr. Nahar's office and I said, because we were talking about that Oak subdivision, I said, are there any plans to 4-lane Country Club? And I said, do we have the right-of-way? I asked you that question, did I not?
That is correct.
And he said, I don't know, I'll have to go look at it. And you did, you came back and says, yep, we got sufficient right-of-way. And that's the last I've heard about it. And all this time, now I've got a request for $250,000 here, and I'm going, there hasn't been any, in my mind, you've gone through your process, but you haven't gone through the process with the city, talking to your boss,
Well,
and bringing it to finance. I mean, I'm sympathetic to this project, but I'm also sympathetic to the drainage problems we've got in Council Lady Moore's area. Most of these bad places are in her district, and Councilor Foster, because they share that same district. And I don't know what the answer is, and I won't know what the answer is until a bunch of us sit down and get this thing mapped out and some kind of master plan and stuff. I just have an objection to the method that was used to get this in front of us tonight. And I think if we talked about it, I think you've gotten a great deal of support. And
we have talked about it. It's been discussed at many council meetings as a sidebar, and Mr. Neb was aware of the direction I was headed in the previous council.
Well, I even went to the county because they own Country Club from Sycamore onto our
That's
water
correct.
tower.
The city limit ends at the right-of-way line, and that's why I'm not gonna touch anything on their side. I wanna leave the drainage alone. I wanna leave their driveways alone to the best that I can.
Well, they are receptive to sit down and talk about it because they've got the same problem. On the north side of that right-of-way, there's a fence and cotton trees. So they're gonna have to come on the south side, just like you're talking about doing from the present road to the power lines, correct?
Correct.
So I got it figured out, I think.
Well, and what this is gonna do, this is gonna give us a set of construction plans to build it. There's no money for construction, but this is gonna answer all the questions, the grades, where it's gonna fit, how it's gonna look, the topo, the lighting, everything else. You're gonna have a full picture. So when you wanna talk to somebody, well, I think it's gonna be this, I think it's gonna be that. No, we're gonna have a set of plans, and that's what it is.
I think we need to go back and discuss it before we spend the money to have a set of plans. That's just my opinion, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, and Councilman Corn. Next, we have Councilman Orpesa, then Councilman Perry, and then Councilman Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one question for Mr. Yentema. If this issue is not approved, but this issue is on the ICIP list, and if this project gets more than the required number of dots, how is that going to factor in whether to put it on the top 5 without no funding, or, I mean, I guess I just need an explanation.
Mr. Orpesa, Councilor Orpesa, this project is not on the ICIP plan because I already predicted funding for this part. The construction of it is, but not the professional services.
So the $58,000 that you're talking about, is that going towards the plans, or is that going towards the construction, or?
No, what I'm asking for, if you look at number 18, is $256,530.23. What was approved in council was $200,000.
Right.
I mean, by the budget. So I'm proposing that my $56,000 shortfall is gonna be coming out of my one of my $1.5 million projects. So I'll only be, that mill and field project will only be $1,442,000. So.
But you're asking, no, you're not asking. You're saying the 56,000 is coming out of the road fund.
Out of the road fund.
But that 56,000, what is it going to cover on top of the $200,000 that you have already?
It's just
for
gonna do the
project?
plans. That's all it's gonna do.
Just for the plans?
Just for a full set of construction plans. So with that set of plans, if I had $4 million, I could put it out to bid.
So
But-
if we vote for this item, all we're giving you is the authority to move forward with the plans.
With the plans. And then
And
with
not the construction or
Not
anything?
the construction, that is correct, to have the plans. Then with my plans, then I can pursue funding. Well, the big piece of pie in the sky is the New Mexico DOT Call for Projects TPF fund, which is 95% their money. That letter comes out in February. So in February, I want to have these plans ready so I can have a number to apply and compete with all the other entities. My ace in the pocket will be, we'll have a shelf-ready set of plans. I mean, shovel-ready set of plans, and that's what scores points. I mean,
Because I also agree with the mayor. I mean, there's a lot more to be done on the south side than there is
And that is correct.
on the northwest side.
And then if you'll see, I have an RFQ out right now for the Brasher professional services, for Brasher to correct, I don't know if you're aware, back in '83, they put in a storm drain from South Main to Washington with no outlet. And then they went in there and they filled in all the drop inlets and the manholes. So what I want to do with the Brasher money that we've got from legislature is, okay, we've got $800,000. That's going to pay for the professional services. I have an RFQ out right now, and I think it's due September 12th, which you'll be seeing back in October. you'll be seeing similar to this, whatever the low quote is for professional services for Brasher drainage, but can we revive that storm drain system that was put in? Can we put drop inlets there at Main and Brasher? And let's also develop Main from Main to Southeast Main at a 4-lane with sidewalks, drainage, and lighting. And then some of you that have been around infrastructure, the city also owns Roswell Industrial Park that was never developed. So I want to repurpose that drainage into a detention pond, the Roswell Brasher, so the Roswell Industrial Park repurpose it into detention pond, and we can drop that water from a new 4-lane Brasher, which again, we don't have money to construct, but you can't construct it till you have a plans and a cost. So a lot of this stuff, yeah, we got that. Also, if you remember, we got awarded, preliminary award of $9.2 million for Hobson Road. That's from the West Perimeter Road to Southeast Main for design and construction. So I'm gonna have another RFP once we get an agreement from the Water Trust Board, but we don't have an agreement yet with them with that or the Country Club, because we still gotta do readiness, more paperwork, more application. So the south side, right now, we're looking at Hobson drainage and Brasher drainage. And I agree, Poe, I worked on it myself. We went out and surveyed, and we know how to build Poe. But every time we took a step forward, they cut their money, and we just finally forgot and just left it alone because it always got rated.
So what kind of, would there be a big problem if you were to take the $200,000 that were approved for this particular project, transfer it over to, and maybe $200,000 won't even cover it at the other, at Poe and Southeast Main? Would that be a reasonable thing to do or feasible?
Well, Poe will be competing with Brasher. So if I do that with Poe and I'm doing that with Brasher, and then I take it up to DOT or legislature for money, you're gonna have those two projects competing with each other. So I agree, I see what you're saying. I would propose, if you want me to look at Poe sooner than later, as it's been discussed, and there's a possibility at mid-year, let me program it in. Let me talk to some consultants and get a ballpark figure, because right now, I don't think Poe could be built for 250 because you got a lot of drainage, and drainage is a whole lot harder. As you look at Country Club, the drainage is already solved. We're gonna take the drainage from Sycamore to Nevada. We're gonna run it south on Nevada, and we're gonna share those detention ponds that are being built by the Oaks. From Nevada going east to Montana, we already accounted for that with that detention pond that's by the church, right there just south of Country Club and Montana. People don't realize how deep that pond is, but I can put a grader on the bottom. You can drive and you won't be able to see the motor grader. That's how deep it is, because it's designed for all that flow. And then, I mean, with the curb and gutter, so Country Club is easy. Half of it goes down Nevada pond, the other half is gonna go to the pond that we already have.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis Nakar, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Next we have Councilman Perry, then Councilman Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say we're really dealing with two totally different subjects here. Whether this project is warranted and needs to be done in number 18, and Poe's been brought up. I think we all recognize that there's a necessity for Poe to be dealt with. I want to clarify something that was said. It was said that we, shouldn't concentrate as much on projects like this when we need to actually do something for the other end of town. I lived on that other end of town for a great number of years and represented Ward 4, which encompassed much of Poe and that area further to the west. but there's been a significant amount done in the south. We have a significant amount of roads. We have a significant amount of alleyways and stuff, but the brand new South Lee Bridge that's been put in that now allows access for people to walk across without the dangers that we had before. The McGaffey project that has been done that immensely helped that portion of town. The sidewalks and the road work that was done at Sunset, not far from where Councilor Corn lives, the Southeast Main improvements that have been done, the new bridge that'll be coming behind the park there off of 2nd, the 2 new splash pads, the new park that's coming at Chisholm, the new park from many years ago that we worked with the school system and put in over there by Washington, the improvements of South Sunset and Garden, the sidewalk improvements in the south of east end of town over there near the schools. There's a lot of those. I think that we have problems in Roswell when it comes to drainage, not just at Poe. We almost lost an engine when my wife drastically took a lot of water on the corner of Country Club and Washington, but just a few years ago when we had that big flood come up. So these problems are not just in the south of town. They're all over town that we have these issues. And I just want to clarify as well that, past councils, even beyond the council that sat underneath, sat with Mayor Kintai and all way on back have discussed and have tried to make improvements the best they could in some of these areas. I sat down with Governor Lujan Grisham and with Mike Matthews, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it seems like Councilor Halverson was there as well when we sat down with Governor Lujan Grisham to discuss this very problem at Poe. And I have 2 questions, but I just want to state the problem at Poe is much greater than just fixing that intersection. You end up all the way across southeast Maine. You end up with retention ponds and all sorts of things that need to be dealt with in several areas to truly identify and fix those problems there. So this is a major project that we need to be talking about, but I think that we have been discussing those things as well. So the 2 questions I have for you, Louis, and thank you so much for doing your job as well as you have. You've done a great job at this, but 2 questions. Number 1, if we don't, let's get back to what is at hand with 18. If we do not approve this road work that you're requesting in item 18, what should we expect as we see these new houses become occupied? That's my first question.
Well, the first question is the country club's going to be congested. Right now, we only have 2 lanes. Now, the developer does have to build accel and decel lanes for Nevada, but once you get away from that, Nevada, you'll be having that extra traffic also competing with the traffic that's there now.
I would say if we're going to see the kind of building and the kind of roofs going up that I think we're going to see now that we've got infrastructure in that subdivision now, if those houses start becoming occupied, we're going to have some major issues if we do not deal with the problem. I remember many of the counselors, specifically from Wards 2 and Wards 3, that had concerns about ensuring that this road was going to be taken care of if this kind of residential improvement was going to be taking place in this area. So I want to make sure that we as a council recognize, I think you've got, Mr. Mayor, I think you've got 10 councilors who wholeheartedly agree with you. Poe needs to be addressed. I think you have that. I think that we have tried to garnish much support to work on that. If that is the number 1 top priority that we move forward with, I think you'll have that support as well, Mr. Mayor. I just feel as if that we're talking about 2 different things, and we could squash this, and we could just say we're not going to do this project because there's a problem at Poe, and there'll still be a problem at Poe because the money for financing this project is not going to be adequate, I do not believe, for truly what's going to be necessary to fix Poe. I yield.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to interject because I have a big stake in Poe, but I also look at this, and the statement was made that it was brought to us suddenly. But 200,000 of this was in our budget that we approved already, correct?
For this line item specifically.
For this. So it's not a shock. It's not a surprise. It was planned. It just suddenly, it was 56,000 more than what we had originally planned for.
That is correct.
So this was in the planning. It has gone to infrastructure. It went through finance because the 200,000 was approved. And we're just needing 56,000 so that we can have plans to get in the meeting by February, correct?
That is correct.
All right. So the 56,000 isn't going to fix our Poe problem. And I do think that we need to look at that later on. But right now, the 56,000 is not going to do anything for Poe. So I say we move along, we vote on this, we get it going so that we have some plans. We can get back to Poe later on, and I definitely will hold you to it because I've already sat in your office many a times talking to you about Poe. But right now, let's move this forward. I yield.
Councilman Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not against this project. It's in my ward, and something needs to be done because I brought this all along when we first approved those plans for there and didn't see anything about what we were going to do with Country Club. Nothing. And I've got some problems with a part of that plan that you're going to run, and I want to visit with you or the city manager about the way that road's going to connect through that existing housing development in Sorrento. That you're going to run from, if I recall, you're going to run from Montana all the way through Union on, I can't remember what that road is. Is it called Sorrento? That you go into Sorrento?
Well, Sorrento will go into the Oaks. It
Right.
won't.
But do you realize how small that street is, and you're going to turn that into a major carrier?
And that's why Nevada is wider than normal?
Yeah, so you want to run them through Nevada, but you do not want to run them through that neighborhood. I'm telling you that right now. People in that neighborhood are already complaining the way the Union runs there, how they can't get out in the morning because of the way the road curves. You're going to have to put a stoplight or something, or you don't put that through. But that's a different issue. The issue I see right now is there is no plan. We're taking money and saying, this is more important than Poe. This is more important than any other street or in town. I suggest, Mr. Cole, that you have Lewis deliver us a plan of what are the major problems in this community as far as our roads go. Is this a high priority? Or are there other items that are high priority? I don't think anybody on this council has seen a plan like that.
I also submitted about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, not only a road list, but also the traffic signals and stuff. And I believe I was up to $35 million. Because as part of the plan, as you're saying, I perceive a light at Union and 19th. I perceive a light at Country Club and Montana. We've already done the corridor and drainage study back in 2014, I believe, for 4-laning Montana up to Berendo, 4-laning Berendo from Montana to Maine, with the drainage considerations already taken into account. Back then, that was $11 million, and all that was part of the stuff we were looking for when we were doing Untana as a corridor plan.
Okay.
And so we did it. So there has been a lot of stuff that I've put together, but most of the time when people see the price tag, let's talk about something else.
We shouldn't be. We should be
I
planning
agree.
for the,
And
we should be planning for the
I'm
future.
excited. I'm excited with this discussion that we're having.
Yeah.
Because now you see what I see, all the needs everywhere across town, not just one ward, all 5 wards, and probably I'm gonna guess $500 million worth of work to address those.
And we should know that. So that the leadership of this community can decide where we're gonna go, how we're gonna go, and monitor our behavior and our progress or lack thereof.
And I think, when I come up here and
that's the
talk,
problem I have with this here, is this the most important thing that needs to be done in this city?
well, I'm going with this because of all, as I perceive the need for this, if it takes off, okay? If the Oaks and all them take off.
It's a big if.
It's a big if,
That's a
but I don't have,
huge-
but
that's
I
a
don't have,
huge-
but I don't have the funding for it either.
Right, but it's a huge if.
It's a huge if, but you gotta be ready for it. Also,
And I get it, but you also gotta be prepared for other areas in this community that we've avoided. Those are big ifs.
and then again,
And this is, and I know this is my ward, and I'll probably, people probably don't like to hear what I gotta say, but it's not just about Ward 3.
that is correct. That's come, I'm excited that we got Brasher drainage. And again, we're gonna do the plans and how do we build it?
Well, I'm gonna ask for a plan. That's what I wanna see. Whether you've got one already that you can share with us all, but I wanna see a plan. I wanna see a new city master plan. We got a strategic plan going on at the airport. We need to have plans and not put them up on a shelf. Because this one here, this is going on a shelf.
No, we'll be fighting for money.
No, it says it's going on a shelf.
Well, it is gonna go on a shelf. It's gonna be.
It's going on a
so-
shelf.
So we can be shovel-ready for money.
Yeah, but it says right there,
Yes, it is. It's a
they'll
shelf
be
project.
shelved. We've got enough plans sitting on shelves in this community. We don't need any more shelved. We need progress.
The other thing is, Counselor, is that you have to realize that having shelf projects, like we did with the bridge that we're gonna put over there, behind the East Second splash pad,
Yeah.
that's how the DOT says, you guys are ready? You can do a bridge? Yeah.
I'm not opposed to this, like I say, but I want a commitment that we're gonna see some plans. That's what I want a commitment from. Are you willing to give that commitment?
I love it. How long I'm gonna get to do it, and, what do you want? You want drainage, roadway? What are you looking for?
Whatever your plan is, I think it's the roadways and drain, don't they go hand in hand?
I think so.
And we need to be seeing those.
I can come up with the list of all the critical stuff
And I think.
per quadrant.
You're the expert, so that you know what you deem is the most critical.
I can come up with a list for every part of town. I'll split it into quadrants and have what I consider the critical needs for each one.
Because I believe our budget should be tied to these plans and the critical needs of this community and not just piecemeal it along the way, which I'm afraid that's what's happened. And priorities aren't made. So, I'm not attacking you, Louis, I hope you know.
Well, I know. I get it. I love plans.
That's the way
I mean, if you look at the 2012 water plan, master plan,
yeah.
we're halfway down the list.
And you got your road plan that you're repairing roads, you're working that.
We're doing the pavement maintenance.
Right, you're working that.
We're working on that.
Yep. So, but I would like a commitment from you, Mr. Cole, that this is what we're gonna do. That we're gonna come up with some plans.
I'll give you a critical list, share it with everybody. I'll start with the infrastructure, because that's the committee it goes to. And then from there we can share, but I'll break it up into quadrants, because that's the easiest thing to do. As with any plan, first you come up with the needs. Then you come up with an estimated cost.
Right.
So I'll break it up into the 4 quadrants, saying these are the road projects and the drainage projects that go hand in hand. And then I give it to Mr. Cole, I give it to the infrastructure, whoever. But that's how you do a plan, because you have the needs, now you gotta prioritize.
Right.
The same thing that we're gonna be doing, with the quote which is this one. Okay, look at item number 20. Item 20, same thing, we went after, that's gonna be $650,000 just for a plan, which is gonna be a hell of a plan for safety. What can you do with safety? Well, Simple things as putting streetlights, putting more crosswalks, widening. But it's gonna be a Safe Streets for All, federally funded, and that's where we're gonna go. From this Safe Streets for All, we're gonna end up with a list of projects. And the federal government's already saying, along your same thinking, okay, you want money for construction? Is it on your action plan? And that's what we're doing.
Yep.
I'm doing right now, I know that with the state DOT, money goes up and down every year. To be successful, you gotta have shelf projects that are shovel-ready, to step up to the line and say, hey, can you fund this project? Look, I got my plans right here. It's all a chess game for money. But I'll give you, even, you know, and Mr. Cole is there, I'll give it to you. That's part of the city engineer's job. You guys request it, not a problem. Because I've already done similar stuff. We've already got stuff, drainage. South Roswell's already spelled out in 2000.
Right.
I can show you the executive summary. And I think back then, what was it, Mr. Corn, $35 million? So I think now it's $100 million. And that's just for drainage. Anyway, exciting, good talk. I can talk this all night, but the rest of the departments are probably thinking, Lewis, get the hell off.
Thank you, Lewis.
Yes, sir.
Next, we have Council Lady Moore.
I have a problem with our discussion we're having right now. We were talking about 18. We've literally spent 32 minutes talking about something that's not even on the agenda. And I just want y'all to know, I have a problem with that. I don't think that anybody, we take so much time to plan, make sure this agenda's, how can somebody just random bring up something that's not related to anything on this agenda, and we literally spent 40 minutes on it. I have a problem with that. If somebody's worried about the roads and the streets, where do we talk about that at? Can you tell me, Mr. Nair?
I believe that's Infrastructure Committee.
That's what I was just thinking. So if someone's concerned and want the plans, go to the infrastructure meeting and where the plans are discussed, because somebody didn't hear that. I mean, they say the same thing if I don't know something that happens at finance because I don't go to the meeting. If I missed out, that's because I didn't go to the meeting or I didn't look. So I have a problem, and I don't know, I'm used to long meetings, that's not the problem. My problem is we make an agenda for a reason. One person, mayor, me, anybody should not be able to just randomly bring up something from 1882 and we spend 40 minutes on it. We have not got to the question on number 18 yet. So either we're going to vote on it or we're not. I'm over it. So I don't know if I can call for the question, because literally we've been here for 40 minutes talking about Pole Street, which we all know is a problem. You've already agreed to come up with the plan. You already discussed it. And I have a question. How difficult is it to come up with a master plan for streets when you don't even know if a house is going to be on the, you can't make it, where you going, you're just going to randomly draw some etches on a picture and say we're going to put a street? We don't know you need a street ahead of time. I think roads is just a little different than some of the other things. You know, with the master plan, I can see, how did you know in 2000 you was going to need to widen, you know, those streets over there? You don't always know those things. So I understand your process, and we talked about it a dozen times since I've been here a few times, your process with the roads. We've asked you before the needs of the roads, and you prioritize the needs of the road. You've done that. That's available for anybody that wants to see it. And I disagree also that this just popped up. You already approved for 200, so why are we arguing for 30, discussing for 30 more minutes? If we're going to give you the $50,000, we already gave you the 200. So why is it now a problem that they never heard about it when they already agreed to give you 200? So I don't understand why, I'm struggling with this. Y'all don't even understand, my patience is about zero about talking about Poe right now at the meeting where Poe is not on the agenda. So we should not be spending this much time talking about Poe Street. Now, can we get back to the $258,000 or the $56,000 that you need? And let's take a vote and move on, please. Can I call for the question?
You've debated, so you can't, so I'll call for the question.
Okay, well, Council Lady Moore, after you were through, the next one on the agenda was Council Lady Best.
I'll call for the agenda, or
And she's
call for the
called
question.
All those in favor of calling the question signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed? Unanimous, so, okay. The clerk will call the roll. Roll call.
Counselor Moore? Yes. Counselor Best?
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Counselor Hildenbrand?
Yes.
Counselor Foster?
Yes.
Counselor Halverson?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
Aye.
Counselor Corn?
No.
Counselor Arnold?
Yes.
Motion passes 8-1.
Thank you, council.
No, ma'am.
Okay, we'll take a
This is mine.
10-minute recess.
Patient and listening.
Okay. Here he comes now. We can start now. Okay, moving right along. Item 19, no, 19 is the committee, or was that in the,
We're on item 30,
oh, that
Mr.
was
Mayor.
consent, I'm sorry. We're on to 30, I'm sorry. Yeah, we're on item 30, consider, we pulled item 30 and 31. So we're on, back on item,
Item 30.
No, we got the items 30 and 31 were put back onto the regular agenda.
Yeah. Item 30 and 31.
so we're on to item 30 to consider the approval of the Cavu Airspace Center into the lease renewal request for 8 acres of land with a tear-down pad. Councilman Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we approve the CAVU Aerospace to enter into a lease renewal request for land parcel known as 8 acres with a tear-down pad located at the Roswell Air Center.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilman Hildebrand, a second by Councilman Narl.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Okay. So item 30 is the land lease for Cavu for the tear-down pad. Okay. Is there any discussion?
Counselor Perry would like to speak.
Okay. Okay, we have Councilman Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was the one who requested for both of these to come off, and these should go fast. I'll just be very brief. In our attachments, we have the assignment agreement here. I don't know what has happened here. I was a little concerned. Within the assignment agreement, we don't have a signature of either the former mayor or the clerk. It looks like just a draft copy. I don't know. I'd like to know if we have the signed agreement. I'll start with that. Do we have a signed original agreement?
Excuse me, turn your
Your
mic
mic,
on
please.
or something, wherever.
Can you not hear me?
No, no, we heard you.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mayor and Council, I did go ahead and print original copies or copies of the original signed, executed assignment of leases. The wrong attachment was added to the abstract.
Perfect. Thank you. So my other question is, as I go down through here and I see the lease agreement, I do see the original amounts that are in the lease agreement. The original lease agreement that I have showing from February of 2014, I do not see, I see the CPI that is there within it. But as we move on through here and look at the, I'm on my iPad, forgive me, so I'm trying to get all the way down to what we're looking at for this evening. And that is on page 294. As I look at the contract renewal, in the abstract, it shows what the lease is going to be, the financial obligation. But in the contract renewal, I do not find it here. So I think that it should be and show also what the CPI extended should be from that point forward. We've got several addendums here at some point, especially when we look at the next one. I think that when you end up with so many addendums, it's best to start with a fresh agreement. I think that's always best practice. But if we're going to look at a contract renewal, I think the contract renewal personally needs to have that information of what the expectation of the rent and the agreement there. So I didn't know who could speak towards that as to why it's not within the renewal.
I think we have followed a template for request renewals. Generally, they're very standard. This one's a little different because of the assignment of leases, along with the multiple addendums. The original lease was a 3% or CPI, whichever is greater, which has happened over the time that we've had the lease. And the renewal now will be coming in with a 4.99% annual CPI increase. Effective when the lease is effective, and it's continuing on. There is no problem if you'd like us to amend the contract renewal letter to add the financial consideration, and the term is already listed.
Okay, yeah, I think that my opinion that it needs to be in here because it states all provisions of the contract shall remain in full force and effect, including previous amendments which shall remain unchanged by this contract. And if we're certainly currently sitting at a 3% CPI or a 3% or CPI, whichever is greater, and now we're moving to a different amount, that needs to be accounted for in this update.
The other thing I would like to point out is that on the letter renewal, the end date is stated January 31st, 2023, and that should be January 31st, 2024.
You got ahead of me. Great job. You caught that for sure. So I don't know if Councilor Hildebrand would amend his motion to include those within the request for the renewal request, or if that needs to be done on amending the motion.
Councilman Hildebrand agreed that it would be a friendly motion.
Second.
If the clerk, did you get all that straight, Madam Clerk?
I have nothing else, Mr. Mayor. That takes care of my concern on this one.
Yes, I just want to make sure our clerk got it, how it should be amended. Are you fine?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, for item 30 for the lease for Cabu, we have, is there any further discussion for item 30? Well, we have a motion for a friendly amendment, and it has been accepted. Is there any objection to the motion for the friendly amendment? Okay, so there is no objection, so the bill, it would be amended. Is there any further discussion on item 30? Okay, seeing none, if the clerk could call the roll.
That would be a voice vote, please.
Or voice vote?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
By a vote of 9 in the affirmative, none in the negative, item 30 is passed. The lease renewal has been accepted with the amendment. Item 31, consider the approval of Cavu Aerospace Center, the lease renewal for request for 2 of 3 buildings, building number 1770 located at the Roswell Air Center. Councilman Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we approve the CAVU Aerospace to enter into a lease renewal request for 2 of 3 year, 2 of 3. It's just 2 of 3. What are you talking about, 2 of 3?
5-year renewals.
Yeah. For the building 1770 located at the Roswell Air Center.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilman Hildebrand, second by Council Lady Arnold. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Perry.
Yes, just the same concern as before, and just for us to note, maybe something for Mr. Ein maybe to consider looking at as we move further with companies like this. We are looking at, we've dealt with 7 addendums and then the extensions. At some point, I think that it's good to look at a fresh contract or a fresh agreement. In this one, the financial consideration is for a CPI of 3.7 and the new rent amount of $20,192.49. But I see neither of those spelled out within the contract renewal. And there again, it also talks about all provisions of the contract shall remain in full force and effect, including previous amendments, which shall remain unchanged by this contract renewal. And the lease agreement does not even have, from what I can read, a CPI included. So with this new CPI and the rent increase, I'd like to see that information added to the contract as well.
Councilman Perry, the CPI increase is in the first addendum. It's 2.5% or CPI, whichever is greater.
Okay, and I did not catch that, but it is different from the CPI we're requesting now, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I would like that put within the contract renewal. I think Jenna and Jennifer doing an outstanding job out there. I don't know how y'all are keeping track with everything that you've got, and but I would like those added to it just to further make sure that it is very clear what that expectation is. And I have one other question. Well, let me just start with that and ask if Councilor Hildebrand would accept that as a friendly.
Sure.
Okay.
It was hard for me here. Okay.
Yes, he said sure he would take.
Okay.
So is there
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Is there any objection to the friendly amendment? Seeing none, okay, we have a friendly amendment. Is there any further?
Mr. Mayor, just one other question that I have is what is currently happening in 1770? What is it being utilized for this time?
1770 is used as a distribution center for Kavu. That is where they dismantle and get their aircraft parts ready to be shipped out.
Okay, thank you so much for the information.
Any further discussions? All those in favor signify by saying aye for approving Gabu's lease item 31 for building 1770. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed by a vote of 9 in the affirmative, none in the negative. It's been passed.
Mr.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes.
Just for the record, Counselor Arnold, did you agree to that friendly amendment as well?
Yes.
Thank you.
I don't know why. Okay. Next, we have item 32. Consider the approval of. 42. Oh, we're back on 42. Okay. Okay, new business. I'm sorry. Item 42, to consider the approval of outdoor pickle courts at the Roswell Adult Center funded by the Roswell Adult Center Foundation. Councilman Orpresa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, this issue was referred to the General Services Committee by the Parks and Recreation Commission with a recommendation for approval. Therefore, Mr. Mayor, based on the unanimous recommendation of the General Services Committee, I move for approval of outdoor pickleball courts at the Roswell Adult Center, which will be funded by the Adult Center Foundation.
Second.
You want me a Coke?
Okay, so. You want, okay, Council Lady Arnold, Councilor Halverson has graciously allowed you to second that.
Graciously.
And so we have a motion on item 42 is to approve the Roswell Adult Center Foundation's approval of the court and fund the pickleball courts at the Roswell Adult Center. Mr. Burris, would you like to?
Mayor, councilors, good evening. First of all, I want to introduce Larry McQuarrie. Come on up here, Larry. He's vice president of the Roswell Adult Foundation, and he spent a lot of time on this, and we sat down a little more this week, and I'm extremely impressed with the work they put into this. So we're looking at a project, the addition of 4 pickleball courts, 2 to be covered, which is nice, and at the Roswell Adult Center, 801 North Missouri Avenue. All right, the items, as Councilor mentioned, been both Parks and Rec Commission and General Services voted 4-0 unanimous, both committees. All right. The funding for this is kind of fantastic. The project is to be funded 100% by the foundation, okay, which is nice. The foundation has close to $500,000 to do this project. Engineering has estimated the cost to actually be less than that, so that's also a plus, okay. Consideration, acceptance of the gift of four brand-new pickleball courts, transfer the adult center property through a lease agreement to the foundation. Lease will be terminated after building code inspection and everything's been passed. They give it back to the city, be canceled. So in conclusion, I'm asking for approval, the proposed plan for the addition of pickleball courts at the Roswell Adult Center, transferring property to the Roswell Adult Center Foundation during the project and construction. I stand for questions.
Yes, any questions, Councilman Orpressa? No?
Nope.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Oh, well,
It just won't go on. There it is.
okay. Councilman Orpressa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a question because I don't think in general services it was cleared.
Uh-huh.
The tennis courts.
Right.
I know that when we discussed the tennis courts back when.
Back in the day,
We had
yeah.
allowed 2 pickleball courts. But what I heard tonight was all 6 courts were lined with pickleball lines.
Okay, at the beginning, it was talked about to have 2, but council voted 100% to actually stripe all 6 for pickleball. So all 6 courts, one pickleball on each side, was voted 100%, so we went and striped them all.
Okay, so now that we are going to have official pickleball courts,
With covers and lights and benches and everything, yeah.
is there is it necessary to have pickleball at the tennis courts?
Well, at that point, my guidance will come from council. So evidently no, according to what I heard tonight, but it had to be looked at, have to go through committees. But we could, if asked to do so, remove the lines from 2 courts.
Because what we're doing here is allowing the pickleball group.
So you're correct, it would be an even swap. So 2 tennis courts, which is 4 pickleball courts, the 4 pickleball courts would be here at the adult center. So it'd be a wash. You wouldn't gain any additional, but you could separate that, yes, Counselor.
But I guess it's something that we're going to have that discussion as to whether to continue having pickleball
And
at the
also,
tennis courts or not, or perhaps leaving 2
yes, sir,
courts and remove the striping on
From
the
2.
first 4.
first 2
think it-
courts, first 2 courts, yes, sir.
Yep, okay. So I guess we can have that discussion later on.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Foster, then Councilman Perry.
Thank you, Mayor. My big thing, when we did that at the tennis courts, we actually did bring in Jack Batson and asked him, and
Sir.
the major thing was, he said, it was the color of the
Was the
paint.
color. Yes, sir.
And that way, and we made sure we had the right color paint. And so, and I'm sorry the tennis players were offended that we did all of them, but we were told that it wasn't gonna mess with it. But what, I'm excited about that, and that's an issue for another day. I'm excited about this. I also think that you deserve a medal, sir, for staying this long. But we sure appreciate this, and this is one of those things that it's really great when we have our community foundations and our community working with the city, and we appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to tell Mr. McCrary, I am shocked. I didn't know that he was ever out of bed this late at night. He is, so thank you for staying in here with us. I think that a trip back to Roswell would be worth it just to watch you play pickleball. I appreciate all that you do in our community. His family, he's got a great heritage of folks from Roswell that have done a lot in our community. And I look forward to seeing when I come back these pickleball courts going up and being put to great use.
Yeah, Counselor, to your point, we sat down with Larry for, I don't know, a couple of hours the other day, and I can't believe how much work he's put into this. I mean, I couldn't find a thing that he might have missed. And we had all kinds of discussions about what would be best for the city and money spent and, everything. And I'm just impressed. I don't know, been a year, 2 years been working on this? Something like that, Larry? Come on up here. Take some credit. No? All right. No, he's done a great job.
Thank you, sir, Larry, for doing what you've done. Next, we have Council Lady Arnold.
I'll keep it real short. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say that I'm extremely excited. I think it's going to add a lot to that area, and I really appreciate you guys taking the time to actually invest in creating beautiful landscapes for our community. I just wanted to say thank you very much.
Thank you, Council Lady Moore.
I also want to say thank you, but quick question is when would you be breaking ground? When would we be seeing this? Just do you have any idea when we might?
If I get the lease approved, I will go. We've already lined up 5 contractors for bids. I will give them the final bids, and then I would expect them to get back to us within a week. And then, so it's on the city's timetable. The day after the city has me there, I have contractors lined up.
Thank you. That was my only question.
Thank you. Any further comments? Now, it's my understanding you're going to have 2 courts covered, and
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. We're going to put in the portable, like if you've been to the high school or NIMI and you saw them put in their volleyball courts or something, we're going to put those types of poles so that in the future, if you ever decided that you needed to have an event under a covered, you could simply pull out the nets and roll them up, take them into the Roswell Adult Center for storage, and then, so that's more than just 4 pickleball courts. We tried to design it in such a way that it would have multifunction for the city going forward.
so your walls will be, you'll have walls on 2 of them, and
We were going to have walls, but there's a risk in the time that if we put those I've got to put in an edge there all the way around the whole thing just to put in the 2 walls, and the engineers said that it's a risk, so we were kind of just going with the cover at this point.
I just having some experience with that in just the cover. I don't know if you're going to put any things on there. 2 things I would just suggest: if you had a standing seam roof, you could also put solar panels on the top, which you might get a grant to do something. I don't know, but that's if you have a standing seam roof, and it's generally a little thicker metal than a lot of cases, and it can hold, takes more hail damage than most other roofs, somewhat. And then I would also encourage that if you look at foaming the underside of that structure, it would save an awful lot of heat underneath it. That foam works really well on stopping the heat that's transferred through tin. Just putting 4 inches up there on the underside. Foam the whole thing, not bats, but you foam it.
Spray foam.
With spray foam, and it also holds, anytime you have a roof where it can get a lot of wind under it, that foam will hold that roof together. So it doesn't, it won't tend to blow off, and I would just, and I know that's some
That makes sense.
extra cost, but that stuff is just like gluing stuff together. Anytime you foam a building, you don't get mice, you don't have cockroaches, except the ones that come around the pipes coming up out of the sewer. You don't have any varmints or anything in there. It's really apparent. It really works well. Okay, any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, then we'll have on item 42, this is one I think we have to call the roll, if I'm not mistaken. We can have a voice vote. All those in favor of item 42 to consider the approval of the outdoor pickleball courts funded by the Roswell Adult Center. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? By a vote of 9 in the affirmative and none in the negative. You can get after your contractor.
Mayor, Counselor, thank you.
Okay. Next, we have item 43. Resolution 23-43, consider adoption of resolution 23-43, authorizing the submittal of the infrastructure capital improvement plans, ICIP. Well, I think some of us have been waiting for that, so if we would, so Council Lady Arnold, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, sir, but let me actually, thank you, Mr. Chair. Amalia, on this one, I know we have an amendment. And in what order do I do the motion and then make the amendment, or how would you advise?
Yes, ma'am. We will do the first and the second and then have discussion, and then Chief Bateman will make the amendment.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to consider adopting Resolution 23-43, authorizing the submittal of the 25 through 29 infrastructure capital improvements plan.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Council Lady Arnold and a second by Council Lady Alverson. Now, I noticed here there is on item 43, there is a change, item 12 on the, there was a Scribner's error, right? Is that right? So, okay. Okay.
Mr. Mayor and Councilors, this is the Infrastructure Capital Improvement Plan, ICIP, that the state of New Mexico requires all local entities to submit a 5-year plan that establishes priorities for anticipated capital projects. The plan covers a 5-year period from 2005 to 2009. The 2025 to 2029. The ICIP submission deadlines are listed, and the City of Roswell's deadline is Friday, August the 18th. The intent of the list was to allow for the discussion and decision among the staff and City Council as to which projects are prioritized for funding to be submitted to the state's ICIP database. The list you have been given are the committee's recommendations of the top 2 projects by departments and listed rankings as 1 and 2. The process and actions to consider are adoption of the 2025-29 ICIP Top 5 list for submission in August and legislative priorities for the 2024 New Mexico State Legislative Session. The list represents those projects selected for inclusion in the ICIP database used by state legislators, funding sources, and funding agencies when entities make requests for capital outlay and priority funding. The state does require that all projects requesting funding to be included in the ICIP database. There are 42 projects on your list to consider, totaling $22,972,000 $1,650. The road fund included in the listing is for the state and federal funding and not to be considered as one of the top 5 priority projects. Listing number 1, tourism bus and trolley, had a to be determined price. The amount for the project was received yesterday in the amount of $200,000, increasing the total project cost to $23,172,650. Resolution 23-43, 2025-29 ICIP includes infrastructure, finance, public safety, general services, and legal committee with the departments listed represented by the said committees. This slide will show the priority ranking for the projects selected by the Finance Committee listed as numbers 1 through 5, the Public Safety Committee as items 6 to 13. The additional handouts given to you represent the project cost for item number 1, which is the trolley, to reflect $200,000, and the changes to public safety, item number 12. The change made to the West Second Building was originally listed to represent roof structure from base and redesign, not to allow for water buildup. This is an immediate need for the Roswell Police Department. It's evidence building and cannot wait until fiscal year 2025 to make repairs. The Roswell Police Department is utilizing a large portion of capital appropriation number 21-F2693 to repair and replace the roof structure and encumbered $250,866.08 of the $313,832.90 left on the capital appropriation for the removal of the membrane and damaged underlayment and to install sloped ISO system and a half recovery board and install the 6 mil TPO roof system. The amendment reflects the need to plan, design, construct, furnish, and equip Phase 2B renovations for the police department's facilities to include the special unit building located at 4203 West 2nd Street in the amount of $400,000. The next slide represents the priority ranking for the projects selected by the Infrastructure Committee as listed in items 14 to 21. This next slide shows the priority ranking for projects selected by the General Services Committee as items number 22 and through 30, and continued on the next slide to reflect numbers 31 to 40. This slide allows for the priority ranking of projects selected by the Legal Committee as items number 41 and 42. The clerks will pass out the stickers to be used to select your choices for the top 5 priority ICIP projects to be included in the proposed resolution 23-43 in the packet. The remainder of the projects, along with other priority projects selected by department directors, will be entered into the ICIP database for other funding priorities. At the end of this exercise, we'll have the ability to tally the projects selected as the top 5 ICIP priorities for the city of Roswell. I stand for questions.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is Mr. Nahar still in the room by chance?
Yes, he's here.
If I could ask him just a quick question, please, while he's making his way up. Mr. Nahar, as I look at the infrastructure 1s and 2s walking through this, I see storm drainage at Brasher Industrial Park infrastructure. Would this help at all the area of Poe?
No.
Oh, okay, that's what I wanted to clarify. I did not think so, but I wanted to see if that, I know it's further down, but I did not know if that could relieve any of that or not. Thank you.
It's on the big list. Yes, Counselor.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, I'm sorry, Councilman Foster.
And this is for the mobile command. Didn't we, I mean, I know we don't own that mobile command unit, but we are in an agreement with, was it CASA?
Yes, it was.
And so, okay. But we still have it listed as one of our wants?
Mayor, Counselor, yeah, thanks for the question. The reason we're looking for, and we listed that as our third item on our ICIP request, is we do have unwritten agreement with La Casa to use their, I guess, bus that they have as a command post. The issues we run into are, one, it's not ours, so it's whenever it's available, we might need it, or we can use it. Two, I hate to take on the liability of operating somebody else's vehicle. And three, I believe at its size, I believe Fire Chief Miller looked it up, we would need a Class E license to drive that. So we would have to pick and choose certain officers to send them to get a Class E license, and then, call them out if something happened, they could be on vacation. So we run into those issues. Plus, it's not really equipped to be a police command post. You need workstations, internet access to do search warrants, places to put evidence, evidence bags, preferably a small holding cage. There's a lot of stuff that bus wouldn't have that.
It's a bus? Because I thought it was, they said it
Not
was a big
bus.
RV.
Yeah,
it's a
a
huge.
bigger sized RV, not a bus.
Okay.
But yeah, it wouldn't fit. What we're looking for is something smaller, to fit into smaller scenes, yet we can still utilize probably 3 to 4 workstations, holding cell if needed. We'd have to equip it to where we can use our computers if we're out on a scene. We do respond out into the county for officer-involved shootings, and crime scene responds out there to assist the Sheriff's Department with homicide. So we'd have to put some kind of internet access on there, and we can't just go in adding stuff to La Casa's vehicle.
Because aren't they using it for as an interview or a kind of a site, mobile interview play? I mean, for their kids or for?
It's my understanding they use it for events.
Okay.
In and around town, and this agreement was made before I became chief, but my understanding is they utilize it only a certain number of times a year that I could probably count on my hand.
Okay.
So it's not utilized a lot, but it just wouldn't fit our needs because we can't go in and make it how we need to make it.
Okay. All right. Thank you much.
Yes, sir.
I yield.
Councilman Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question. The handout that you gave us just now, and I'm looking at what was in our packet under Exhibit A, and I saw on there the recreation center for emergency generator. Is that on? I'm trying to find that on our list.
Oh.
I see emergency generator. I don't see it on here.
Convention center?
Was that not a?
Emergency generator for which one?
It went, well, it says committee ranking 1.
Are you referring to the generator for the air center or the generator for the civic center?
No, I'm talking about the recreation center. I'm looking at, it says item 43, it says committee ranking 1, recreation center, emergency generators.
I have that as the rec
So
center.
that didn't make it on the list?
Floor resurfacing.
On this list that we were given in
Oh,
our
on that one that you
packet,
have?
Yeah.
Let me look and see what I have.
it was item 43.
We didn't.
Right. But this new list, it's not on.
In the new list, it's not on there.
Yes.
I don't have you said it's item 43?
The one in our packet.
The one on our packet.
I don't have that on the one that I have, I'm sorry. Do you mind if I take a look at it real quick?
Sure. I'm with an X right by it.
Counselor Hildebrand,
Says committee ranking one.
I believe that's the fiscal year for 27.
Last year.
Counselor, I believe the generator's already been funded, and I'm not mistaken, Justin, have you got it ordered?
Is that being funded over there?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Done deal.
Okay.
You got the 42.
I can't tell us it's 20. Can you tell us it's 23? 23. Gotcha. Thank you.
I don't even have a 43.
Yes, ma'am, they do.
I just go to 42.
21?
Now, this is screwed up now.
Mayor, I have one more question.
Yes, sir.
On the library bookmobile, didn't we receive a grant for that paid for that? Or what was the grant that we got and accepted? Because I thought it was for a bookmobile. Yes.
Yes.
They took it back. It was rescinded. They moved it to something else. She came to our other meeting. They moved that money from the bookmobile to something else because it wasn't funded fully. So they moved it. So they moved it they moved that grant to something else.
Okay.
Probably for the,
I don't remember the number, but I remember she came to the meeting and said why she put it back on here is because they removed that grant to something else.
wasn't that for
Thank
the
you.
air humidifiers, or they had to have something, they had a bad air system or something?
For the scrubbers, because I noticed that on the old list, but it's not on the new list.
If I might ask her, if you, the wastewater treatment plant, re-roof pump test building and boiler room. Now, that's, where are we on, it was my understanding, we basically we need to rebuild are we out of time or wastewater treatment plant out of service? Or where are we on that? I mean, is it?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we still got time in order to build a new plant later on. The important thing to do right now that we want to focus on is purchasing the property directly to the east of the current wastewater treatment plant we have now. We have about 3 different facilities built on top of each other, so we have a lot of buried concrete structures underneath right now. So it'd be hard to go in, be very expensive to go remove all those buried underground structures. And everything's designed to flow, everything's gravity fed to the city, all the sewer lines are designed to flow to that specific location. So if we could purchase the property, we could get with HDR and get an estimate of building a new plant later on. But right now, I think the most critical part is purchasing the actual property. Once we have the property in hand, we could actually turn around and release it to the farmers that are using it, but at least we would have it in our possession in anticipation of building a future wastewater treatment plant.
But the only thing on this request that you have is for the re-roof, the pump test building, right?
Of the digester building?
Yeah, well, on the boiler room and the pump testing facility, I didn't see another, you don't have any other requests in here for that, is that right?
Yeah, that's what we have, 1 and 2, right? Yes, that is correct, but we have already re-roofed the digester building, but we need to redo the boiler in the digester. So that would be what you would be voting on.
Okay, well, where,
And that's for the boiler room right there, but we already have the digester building re-roofed already. That has been completed. Yeah, right here.
well, I just didn't see on here where there was What do you want, $1 million or something to buy the land? Is that somewhere on here?
That, I barely submitted that one in the ICIP. I sent that to Elizabeth and we just added that on.
So is it on here?
So,
It,
no,
it is not on this one.
it's not part of the top 5, but any other projects that they want to try to get funding for are included in addition to these that are submitted. So the actual list that they are given at the very beginning of the ICIP process, any one of those items can go on there. In addition to that, there is a listing that I sent to all of them. It's got 2, 4, 6, 8 pages long. Some of the projects that were listed on there have already been listed on the ICIP database. And the reason for that is if they want to get other state or federal funding, it needs to show up on the database first. So this particular project to acquire the land for the waste treatment plant has been added to the database for funding, whether it's federal or additional state funding that they want to throw in there, but not as part of the top 42 that were selected by the committee members.
Okay, and how many acres or whatever you're talking about buying? Is that with water rights, without, or?
I'm not sure the exact, we actually had a surveyor come out and give us an estimate of the cost of the property. It's been a while back and it was estimated at $1 million back when we did that. But, Louis probably knows.
Mayor, council, we were looking at $1 million back then, including the water rights, where the plan is east to Red Bridge Road.
Including the water rights?
Affirmative.
And that was how many acres, do you remember?
No, yeah, I can't remember. I just remember from there to Red Bridge Road. All that's being irrigated right now. We would buy the plant, the talk was we would buy it, and we'd have it, so our needs, not only for immediate future, but we would release it back out for farmers to use it and only cut up what we need when projects come along. But it was $1 million. I'm saying that estimate's about 4 years old right now, that appraisal.
Just if we could get that, I mean, if you get it with the water rights, you know, I'm sure the cemetery could use some more water rights over there too. They're having some issues.
Well, and the thing is, those farms already are using our effluent water, so a lot of those water rights have already been transferred.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I'm sorry for putting Mr. Cole on the spot, but I'd like to hear from our city manager as to his thoughts of what he envisions that needs to be right there at the top there.
Thank you, Councilmember Perry. I'm reviewing the list one more time. Councilmember Perry, if I had my druthers, and this is not really a forum for my opinion, but I'll grant it anyway. If I had my druthers, I would go with the improvements to the animal shelter. Let me refine that. It's item number 8 on the second page. Animal control building improvements kennel drainage improvements, and surveillance system replacement update dispatch with CAD.
Okay, thank you. And the reason I ask, and I do apologize, I should have probably told you that I would ask that, is because you are at the helm of the ship, and you are meeting with all these directors, and you have a better insight as to what we have happening than any of us surely do. So I definitely want to hear where you think that we have some real areas to really need to jump into quickly. And so that was my reason for asking. And if you have any others that you'd like to share, if you'd rather not, I understand. But if you do, I'd love to hear them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Is the Roswell Museum, we didn't replace some air conditionings up there last year or year before?
I don't know. Are you familiar?
Mr. Mayor, my understanding we did. Yes, sir. The HVAC units.
Well, because this is up for replace 4 more units. I thought we replaced a bunch last year over there.
We have done 4 this year, yes, sir. And then, so there are more that have failed. And we're.
So you got 4 more that fail?
Yes, sir.
Well, I got news for you. These new air conditioners don't last longer than 10 years anyway.
No.
You know, I mean, I'm just telling you, the stuff that's being built now doesn't last very long.
That's true. Although if they are maintained more regularly, they do last longer than that. These ones are in their 30s. The ones that are failing now are in their 30s. So,
Okay.
you know, if you treat them right, they'll treat us right back.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. What's wrong with the city hall roof? Has it been leaking? It's flat. Well, it doesn't matter. It's only who's on that second floor, just the attorney. Oh. Okay. Okay, well, I guess everybody should be ready to do your dots.
Okay. Amalia will give the instructions on the select.
Okay, just for clarification, item number 34 and 35, they are, there is one item if you vote for 34 and 35. That's how they were approved at General Services. So,
So it's funny, we bought all those golf carts and they all don't fit in the old shed. We shouldn't have bought so many golf carts. No offense. It's pretty simple to me.
Guy in red, he's talking to you.
How many of these are you selling any of these golf carts that, since you bought so many, we didn't have a big enough barn for them?
Counselor Arnold, I think we'll need a motion from you to make the correction for the police department and the 200,000 for the trolleys, and then to update the total, the budget total.
Okay, give me 1 second here.
Gather myself.
Trolley's 200.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Right here. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so just to make sure I'm clear, you would like me to make the amendment to update number 12, add the, and I'm just seeing the trolleys over here on
It's
this
item
page.
1.
And then to change the total, okay, I think I have it written here. I'm going to go ahead and just go with what I have here. Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to amend item number 43 to to change item number 12 on the ICIP list for police to read plan, design, construct, furnish, and equip Phase 2 renovations for police department facilities, including special unit building. And to add the total price for item number 1, which I believe is the trolleys, on the ICIP list to read 200,000, which would change the total to 23,172,650.
Second.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? I would just, on item 12, that's to this West Second building to be replaced. That is the evidence facility, and that was the flood commission building before, and the roof on that building, we have re-roofed it. But the problem is that nobody checked the rain after, nobody put a sprinkler up there, so this time the chief will have to put a sprinkler up there and turn it on to make sure it doesn't leak and doesn't puddle. Because this was a problem that they have because the roof it gets to be a big lake up there for anybody who doesn't know. But as the flood commission, we had that problem. And when the last time they re-roofed it, they did not fix the puddle in the roof, so it doesn't drain. So this is probably one that really needs to be done because all the evidence and everything else is in there. So, am I right? So,
But Mayor,
Okay.
Mayor,
Yes.
we've already paid for the roof.
Pardon?
We've already paid for the roof. It was on the consent agenda for the roof for that evidence building. So, it's paid for. So this is just which I do agree, we still need to renovate, but the roof is paid for, so we don't have to worry about that. It's done.
And then it's done, then they have it's in there to fix it so it doesn't leak, so it drains?
It was item 29 on the consent.
Okay. So that's done, okay, well then. Okay. Okay,
Are we ready to vote, Mr. Mayor?
yes, I believe so. Is there anyone else have any comments or questions?
Mr. Mayor, if I can just say that I will be communicating with our Madam Clerk as to where to place mine. Thank you.
Real quick, I have a question, and I may not be correct here, but I just made that amendment. Did we actually vote? We didn't vote for the amendment. Okay.
Okay, Councilor Arnold, would you restate your motion on,
I have it.
Council, would you, Madam Clerk, would you restate the motion?
The motion. So the amendment was to change item number 12 on the ICIP list for police to read plan, design, construction, furnish, and equip Phase 2 renovations for police department facilities, including special unit building, and then to add item number 1 from the ICIP, which was the trolley, to read $200,000, which would change the total to $23,172,650.
Okay.
Counselor Moore, are we ready to vote?
Okay,
Okay, Counselor Moore? Yes. Counselor Best?
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Counselor Haldeban?
Aye.
Counselor Foster?
Yes.
Counselor Halverson?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
Aye.
Counselor Corn? Counselor Arnold? Motion passes 9-0. At this time, we are going to, we've picked the names, and we'll call 3 counselors to come up at a time. There's 5 stickers in here. If you will place your stickers next to the project name, and then after we've gotten all of our stickers on there, we'll take a short recess to tally, and then we'll be back to vote on the top 5 projects. So I need Counselor Moore, Counselor Best, and Counselor Oropesa.
Now, a counselor can only put one sticker on one item, is that correct?
No, you put multiple.
You can put as many stickers on an item as you want.
That is correct.
Yeah. It's funny, $200,000 to do the.
Counselor Corn? Okay, Mr. Mayor, if we're done, we will go to recess and be back in 10 minutes. Ten.
that, so I think, thank you very much for servicing Roswell, and we will miss you and your wisdom. Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you very much. I mean, you did a good job. We might also thank Councilman Perry. You know, he's been on the council a long time. So if you're still there, Jason, thank you very much. Jason's gone. But anyway.
Mr. Mayor, I believe we're ready.
I'd like to make motion.
So we have item number 12, which is the police West Second Building roof replaced, is number 1. Item number 28, the cemetery install the water well, is number 5. Item 32.
It's number 2.
I'm sorry, number 2, thank you. Item 28, the cemetery, is number 2. Item 32, which is the athletic field lighting, is number 3. Item number 6, the dispatch, the console system, is item number 4. And then the item number 24, the HVAC unit replacement at the museum, is number 5.
We ready for a motion? We need a motion. You don't. I like to make. You don't get to make a motion. I was just finna make. I was making them. I just told you, let me make the motion. I'd like to make the motion for the top 5 for the what's it called again? What is this list called? The top 5 for the ICIP list as as mentioned by the clerk, with the police, the cemetery, athletic, dispatch, and the museum as our top 5. We need a first and a second. Really?
I can do that.
No.
Can I get?
No.
I vote yes.
I
Mayor-
cannot hear as
Oh.
microphone's on.
Your mic, please.
Yeah, and just a sec, Mayor.
Well, he didn't answer last time when I told him we missed him. You know, thank you for all your service to the city. But you weren't here, I said it. I guess you, okay.
Mayor, can I interject something? Sorry.
Uh-oh.
I want us to make sure we fix the actual number 1 item and don't have it as replace the roof structure, because that's not what it is. It's the rest, the right wording on it. I don't.
I will fix that right now.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I could not hear, but I hear you now. Thank you.
Okay, the clerk will call the roll.
Counselor Moore. Counselor Best.
Yes, ma'am.
Counselor Oropesa.
Yes.
Counselor Heldenbrand.
Aye.
Counselor Foster.
Yes.
Counselor Halverson.
Yes.
Counselor Perry.
Aye.
Counselor Corn. Counselor Arnold. Motion passes 9-0.
Well, you know, it's how we make sausage. You know, just a little bit, you grind up a little, and then you check it, see if it's got enough flavoring in it, then you go back and add a little more flavoring. So we've got plenty of flavor. Is there anything else that anybody would like to bring before us? Thanks, everybody, for being here. Thank you all very much. Sorry, but we're all here.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, and thank you for your service
If I,
all these
if I could just say, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted just to say, this of course will be my last council meeting. I'm sorry I could not be there in person. All that we had to go through getting the kids all settled in for school took a lot longer than I expected. I'll be there in the end of the next week. But just wanted to say that it's been a privilege to serve with each of you. We've not always seen eye to eye, but I do appreciate the fact that we're all just trying to serve our community to the best of our ability. And just know, moving forward, after I'm done, Roswell will still be in my prayers, and I take a part of Roswell with me. And I appreciate y'all tolerating me, and I hope that I've at least had a little bit to do with making Roswell a little better. Thank you.
Okay. Did you want to say something? Okay. We'll stand adjourned. Thank you all very much.